sometimes it kind of helps me emphasize, what I'm trying to get across, within that fallacy. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I can see it in my everyday arguments or in my everyday conversations. You can see those fallacies and shit. So we all do it. I think that's the most. That was kind of what I took from y'all whole presentation is the fact that we all do it, whether conscious or unconscious, right? A lot of times we'll hinge our arguments or examples on these kind of logical fallacies.
Yeah, and I think now what I might do, and true, is if you want to go back down the road, is kind of go into conversational tools. That ask a question, you'll be surprised how many people don't know that. That's usually something that parents teach you. That's not something you usually learn in school. A mentor will teach you that. A parent will teach you that how to control a conversation is ask questions. And it's so simple and it's so remedial that it's not always something that you would catch. But you don't realize it when somebody's asking you question after question after question. What they're actually doing is they're trying to control the conversation. That's actually what they're trying to do. And if you keep answering the question, then they could just run you through every damn fallacy on the planet. They could run you through every fallacy on the planet. They can literally take you and send you down slippery slope. They could take you down sunk costs. They could take you through every fallacy that's ever been discovered just by you just constantly asking questions. And they can move the goalposts. Because usually I realize in here, when somebody asks me a question, I damn near realize you don't want to talk. You just ain't telling me.
Yep. Or you're about to generalize some shit. Yep. A lot of the questions lead to a bunch of fucking generalists. So you saying this person did this. Oh, this person, he's an African American, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So does that mean African Americans do X, Y, Z? Like when they keep questioning you, like it's an interrogation, like you said. Mm-hmm. The one thing a person can control in conversations is how they ask you questions.
Yeah.
Like, you have full control over the question you're going to ask a person. So if you keep allowing a person to hit you with questions, they're in full control of the conversation, as you said.
Yeah. So y'all, Brad, you just picked up on all my main. You brought up a thing about Corey and
good afternoon, brother.
Good afternoon.
Damn, Thunda, you coming this motherfucker ready to go.
Good afternoon, Brad. Good afternoon, Corey, Truist.
What's up? What's up?
You brought up maybe a month ago how Corey and Chef, you picked up on their battle tactics, right?
Mm-hmm. Fighting style.
That's my fighting style. Questions.
Yeah.
I usually teach through questions. I can't think of what is that? Hold on. Teaching through questions. It's a word. What it's called? I'll let y'all know it. It's a word, but yeah, that's my fighting style. I said, let me ask you a question, man. You know, like when I get on there and I just, and then they'll be so flustered and just going all over the place about the 17C stuff like. So just yeah, man, it's a good. I'm disappointed that y'all picked up on that, but that's cool.
I was taught that in when I was 7 years old. Just because the thing, I'm saying because the good thing is, now see, I don't use it fairly. I mean, I have no problem telling people like I fuck up quite a bit. I do the same thing as you do, Thunda, but let me see what reason you do it and what reason I do. When I'm asking questions, most times, if I'm asking you a question, I'm not really looking for an answer to the question. I'm trying to see how well you even know the argument that you're talking about.
Oh, that's nice.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to gauge, like, do I want to keep talking about this? And in here, it happens a lot in politics. And Corey, you know I'm right. Half the time in these political conversations that we're having, I don't think everybody really understands politics like that. But it's such a hot topic right now. You'll kind of pick up on the topic and just go running with it, but you don't really understand like the actual ramifications of some of the stuff that's going on. You're kind of just being led in that I'll ask certain questions, and if I realize you can't answer those questions, I won't ridicule you. I'll just kind of know how to play the conversation after that.
So a lot of times people just don't know the historical, context of whatever we talking about. They just talking about it from a right now position type of deal, and I run into that a lot.
So the term is called Socratic, the Socratic method.
The Socratic method.
Or
Socratic method, yeah.
The Socratic method.
Right. That's what I mastered since like 4th grade.
But see, yours though, your questioning though, when you ask me questions, I'm hesitant to answer the questions because your shit is diabolical. I don't know if you be doing this shit on purpose, but your particular questioning style, at some point, I'm about like you'll have me running back through my argument. Like, hold on, what did I say? Yeah. What did I say right there? What did I say? Oh hell no, nope. I'm done, bro. That means you tried to catch me on some shit. I'd be like, nope.
100%.
Nope.
100%.
That's CE. Listen, the motherfucking century and CE, that shit should have a class behind it. Because you not only caught them once, you caught them multiple times on the same thing. Matter of fact,
same shit.
So bad the second time, they actually doubled down on some more wrong shit.
Yeah,
now here's the thing, and I get killed in my own Discord for it, but I still had the same challenge for. There's no way y'all went through that whole Black Egypt conversation and y'all would believe. At the moment, I didn't. At the moment, I was like, now y'all done argued all this historical stuff. And in arguing this historical stuff, you just now in 2026 realizing a person don't understand century or don't understand CE. That's where my defense was at first, the first time you caught them. But then when they came back with the 1700th century CE, that's when I realized there might be a disconnect. There, or maybe something ain't clicking. Because do you understand what I'm saying? The Black Egypt conversation got all kind of that shit in it. There's no way y'all would have. This conversation would be the one that brought it out. Make sense?
So that's why I give Sarnetta credit. Y'all don't. I give him credit because he stretched that argument out probably 10 years, right? And he did it because, well, main reason he did it because it's pretty much what you highlighted. I mean, niggas is just off the chain with this shit. And when you don't know what you're figuring that they playing around. Like I be thinking folks be playing around, but they not.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when I get into, hold on, are you really saying this?
Exactly.
I think I said that to the other fellow. Hold on, are you serious? Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, when he said, "See, you serious? I know you playing, right?" Oh, I ain't playing. Oh shit, you playing? Okay, let me change the subject, brother. You serious? And yeah, you see me for real. So that's kind of where I think that's how it happened for 10 plus years. Because people he took advantage of a lot of people's ignorance on certain subjects, and he never questioned. He just allowed people to get up there and just make a fool out of themselves for year in and year out.
Yeah, that's definitely a fighting style.
Definitely. Yeah, that's a good fighting style too. Yeah, just don't say nothing. Just let them talk.
Yeah, I've seen him do that quite a bit. He'll be talking to someone, and then I never noticed it. Roy Chess, shouts to you just joined the Discord. Come into the conversation. Hit the link, join the conversation if you'd like. I think he'll be good for conversations. I like his fighting style. He has a lot of information. There's people that just hit you with so much information and just throw you the fuck off, like jab after jab after jab. But what he'll do, and I caught it one time because we were all talking on the panel, and when you're new to this, like I didn't know who some of these guys were that were like the regular people, Sunchild or Dream, and they'll go up to the panels and they'll be talking, and I'll be trying to fight them on every point, right? Or fight them on every single argument. Well, when you're trying to, maybe that'll be another good show, True. It's the fighting styles. Start recognizing some of these fighting styles so people can kind of see it. But sometimes he'll sit back. Like Chef does this too. He'll sit back as if he's really unaware of your argument at all. Like really don't know. He'll be like, yeah, go ahead, keep going. Reggie Chef and Corey caught me on this. Reggie, this is actually, it's not exactly for you, but I had to use this a couple times for you in talking to you, where it'll be like, y'all keep cutting him off. Stop cutting him off. Let him get all of his thoughts out. So at a bare minimum, if you're gonna argue or disagree, you can argue against their whole point. Sometimes, Thunda, when you talking to people and you cut them off, you might be educating them about their point. And they don't even know it. Get everything that you need from them. And in that way, you can tell when they start saying what you're saying, you realize you educated them about your point. Yeah. Tika, get in the Discord. I'm saying this in the nicest way. Get in the Discord just to drop the link. You can drop the link and leave. I want to get some of these hoodies sold. I'll buy a couple of today. I want to get at least 10 of these hoodies sold in the Discord before Monday.
What hoodie?
Tika got a hoodie business. You got to support some of these people that watch us. She got a clothing company, and the hoodies was kind of fly, but I can't copy and paste from the chat. So she got to put the link in the Discord, and what I'll do is I'll package them with some DQ CDs and package them with some DQ books, so we can get some sales all the way around and send them out to some people that watch us. That's like a gift.
I like it. Truist, you did good, man. So I didn't know it was 20 of them.
Thank you, Thunda.
It's way more than that.
It's more. Like it's about 50. We only did half. But yeah, I appreciate it, Thunda. Yeah, we try to move past the science conversation. Try to go into some. I know they not done with it, but we done. Moving around.
No, I know the last slide, Thunda would be taken as a shot, and it's not really meant that way. But in my mind, it's like everything that's funny ain't funny. So that I'm out of it at that point. I'm leaving that comment. That's the nicest way I could say you might be bugging out. Chill out.
I wouldn't mind doing a presentation on debates. On debate,
making
a debate.
I know it's a lot, but which one? I know it's a lot of them, but which ones are you familiar with?
I mean, all I know is really Lincoln and Socratic.
Set it up. I'm really versed in Lincoln Douglas, so I think that'll be a good one. Well, Lincoln Douglas, that's the only debate style I was taught. I know there's a lot of styles, but Lincoln Douglas, bro, I've read that fucking Abraham Lincoln, Stephen Douglas shit so many times, bro. You can't help but be somewhat versed after studying that shit in school. You can't help it. But where everybody else at, bro? Did y'all enjoy the show? Did y'all watch the show? Everybody in this bitch silent as hell.
I'm on the phone, G.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
listening to y'all. I'm trying to do other shit too.
Okay.
I caught most of the show. I definitely I think that y'all some kind of way in the ivory tower.
Did
You
what?
know what
I
I'm
want
saying? But it'd be so mean
to.
spirited, man. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm not saying that I feel dragged, but like I think the irony is that y'all just talked over their heads the whole time. Like they trying to act like they talking over y'all's. And then, there's another layer to that that you probably ain't gonna find too funny, Brad. But that is what that is.
What's the layer? I can't
It's
even hear.
interesting.
I didn't
It's
understand what you
it's
were saying.
funny. But yeah, I saw it, bro.
No, I didn't understand what you're saying. You said it's a layer I'm not gonna find too
You know
funny.
you
What
my
layer?
nigga, right?
Huh?
Logic. What
Man.
layer are you talking about?
Say what?
You said
What layer?
what layer I'm gonna not find too funny?
Oh,
Bro, you can get into it, bro. It's just not. I'm gonna be
yeah,
good.
but I mean, I'm doing more than most. But yeah, see, that's niggas just want to do that, bro. You know what I'm saying? I
I don't
ain't gonna
want
be
to
able to
do
stick
that. I just
around
want
for
to
that.
understand what you're saying.
No, I mean, they pretending like they reading and trying to tell y'all that y'all the ones that don't understand.
Oh, okay. I get it. I
That
get it.
you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I get it.
We could start there.
Yeah. I get it. I
they
get it.
they pretending
I
like
just wanted
they're
to see
actually
where you
reading it
was
and
going
understanding it.
first. Yeah, because even in the chat, shouts to anathema or an anathema or Buddha, whatever. The 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 immediate, and I don't know if you saw it. I didn't address it. I'll address it now in the after show. Just the immediate disrespect is just crazy. And it just shows that it ain't just one group of people with this non-Olympic shit. It'd be motherfuckers like Roy Chess appreciated his critiques, but go back to your grandparents. If you don't have nothing positive to say, don't say you're just sharing critique. Like you can say something positive. Anathema's first comment was another basic ELA presentation with full of rhetoric and all, and then just commenced to for the rest of the show just hate. Just hate. Just this is that, this is this. And I get it, but that's not constructive. Criticism, when you just criticizing and there's no construction in it, then you're just hating at that. So I'll hear
Nah,
you.
it's nah. We don't have. I mean, I don't think we got to fall for like the distortion tactic. They trying to say that we hate. Like, okay, how about this? Let me put it like this. We know that Dr. Ben wasn't like a trained professional.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We know he
Dr.
got a
Sebi
whole
neither.
bunch of crazy stuff wrong. Now, the comments that they made about scientists, is that Dr. Ben level or is that lower than Dr. Ben level? Would I even catch Dr. Ben saying some crazy wild ass shit like that?
Okay.
Hey, Brad's talking about something different though.
No,
Y'all
I was
talking about
talking.
different.
No. I Logic.
But
I
you get what
understood
I'm
your
actually
point.
saying, though, right?
Yeah. I Logic. I understood your point. I was making a different point, but I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand it exactly. I just
But
that's a pet peeve of mine when people come into a conversation, and it's specifically with channels, Haskell. It's very easy. People think when you join a panel on somebody else's show, that's the same as throwing a show. No, bro. It's a lot of work that goes behind in production, putting together shows. When a motherfucker just comes in and just
People don't have
shits
no
on the
idea.
whole thing, like you ain't got that kind of, like that was kind of disrespectful, but I understand where he's coming from. But that's that 25th fallacy. You are not so fucking educated and so educated in rhetoric and English and this, that, and the other that you got to talk down to me. I can't stand that shit. That shit is ignorant. What are you
you know, it's
showing? You're not
funny.
showing your intelligence by doing that. You're showing your ignorance.
It's a common feature of this particular space. And it's definitely not limited to the pseudo killers. It's a rampant problem. The self-importance, the self-appointedness, this idea that you have this level of sophistication that just can't be rivaled by others, and it's narcissism, really, and yeah, it's you see it all the time with our people, especially. We got this delusion that we're a couple big words, or you got a degree, and yeah, it's ridiculous. And it was hate, by the way. That's all that is.
No question. No question. No question. And it's like, bro, we're presenting this as like a help. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to help.
Hey, by the way, bro, hey, y'all ain't gonna give Chef some credit. He did his thing with that Luther, man.
No, he didn't. the reason the y'all niggas was giving him too much credit, that's why now we doing karaoke shows and shit. Now I gotta listen to a whole bunch of other niggas that think they can sing and rap and shit. This nigga done started a whole revolution of bad music and bad entertainment. We about to monetize bad music. That's all we do.
Think he might be on to something though, Brass.
Yeah, on to something real bad. he on to something real bad. I tell you, like Logic say, that shit was everything but good. Trust me, y'all got the CDQ version. Y'all got the version after DQ.
I forgot where I got that from.
Yeah, edited the motherfucker and put proper shit to it and all of that. That's the version.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. So that wasn't live?
There is a live version to it. Yes. I'm saying
I killed that shit live ass.
No. Listen, there's a reason why DQ had to take that shit and put some EQ to it, brother. Because that shit sounded absolutely insane. I'm gonna play it again. I like the live version. Because the live is where this is where he starts laughing. It's more natural and all of that. But yeah, no. Listen, I appreciate any motherfucker that can laugh at himself. I think that's a great quality of anybody that'll put themselves in a position that's uncomfortable, because you need that more than you need anything else in life, in my opinion.
That shit hard. That shit harder than y'all think. So I can't wait. Corey tried it, and that shit stumbled him up a couple times, and he backed the fuck up off of it. Yeah, Corey, go live.
Yeah, it's more difficult. It's more difficult.
I told you,
but I got it tonight, though. Right?
I feel like Chef, if you was gonna do the Luther, you had to do the never too much, and you did.
Right. Hey, you know what it was though, Chef, and Brass.
You said that's the only song. That's the only song you can do.
No,
come on, bro. You can't get
gotta
that
pick
part,
the right
man.
song for yourself. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you don't pick the right song, it's gonna be way more difficult.
That's what I was saying to you, Corey. That motherfucking Tupac song. As soon as I heard the song, and I heard how calm, because Corey, you got this calm pimp C kind of UGK, kind of laid back and slang. You trying to rap that song is like trying to do Chinese arithmetic, bro. I knew that.
Right.
And Corey,
I was like, this nigga.
Hey, but tonight I got you, Chef. I'm coming for the title tonight.
Hey, Corey. Don't fall asleep, though. That nigga Chef did that shit on the nigga sabotage you, dog. You knew what he was doing.
I think he cheated, man. He did.
Hey, Logic, did you say that we was in the ivory tower? You didn't say that, did you?
He did.
I did.
Oh, we ain't know. What you mean by that, real quick? Because somebody in the chat just said y'all saying that y'all in the Ivy Tower is the same as Mount Olympus. What you mean by that?
We all over the place.
That's the okay, man. See, that's why I ain't want to talk about it. So if they in Mount Olympus, right, which would be way up in the clouds, some crazy ass. It might not, so far off of Earth, you might not, you gotta say it's not real, but at least the Ivory Tower attached to the ground You know what I'm saying? You just kind of looking down at the ground. You got a high vantage point, but you ain't quite in the clouds. So, but in the particular analogy, it works because of who we talking to, and that's what probably you not really getting right. Like you talking above their head still, and you tried to like make it simple.
Yeah,
That's
so
what I really mean by the
relatable.
ivory tower.
No,
Right,
I'm not saying, but
you
I
tried
did
to
the
oversimplify it, and it still didn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
no,
That's what I mean by the ivory tower. In this
I
particular
see you,
instance,
Babylon.
I'm actually
Babylon
using
Dunn
it
was like,
wrong,
y'all
but that's
niggas
the
in
way
the
I'm
tower
using
or
it.
something. Yeah, no, that
But that's
wasn't
the
me.
way I'm
That was
using it.
Babylon Dunn. Babylon Dunn said, you niggas think y'all in the
That's because he don't know what it mean either. You know, ivory tower. That's a philosophical pejorative to say something. It's like you're trying to look down upon us with your perspective. You know what I'm saying? That's where your point of view is coming from. But in order to arrive there, you would have to kind of be hovering above me, either intellectually or something. You know what I'm saying? So there might be a bit of irony in the way I'm using it. So
No. Yeah, that's fine. I think for me it's more I can see the forest for the trees. See,
we can describe it in a couple different ways. I
because
definitely overcomplicate.
and real quick, because see, it's not a coincidence that whatever Nature Boy name was, I'm pretty sure he had a regular name like Reggie Evans until he got until he got about 3-4 motherfuckers to call him Nature Boy. And then Nature Boy was like, why don't we go to the woods? And then 6 motherfuckers said, I'm with it. And then 9 motherfuckers, now it sounds crazy, right? What are they doing in them woods? And now you end up fast forward 2026, niggas is on Hulu and Disney, but right after they was on the House of Consciousness. So you got to be careful. I'm dead serious about that. You got to be careful as fuck when you start playing around with, you some kind of god or some kind of weird shit. That's not in this community. That shit might be funny somewhere else, but in this community, you sound like you want to be a cult leader. That's what I started hearing.
Can you hear me?
Oh, what's up, Reggie? I didn't even know you was in here. What's up, brother? Did you catch the show?
No, I was.
Lord,
man, you missed a good one.
Which show I can go back to it? It was
we did 25 logical fallacies.
Oh, I need to watch that.
So, yeah, we did 25 logical fallacies.
So this whole thing on the ivory tower, unfortunately, we don't use dictionary words in this community well, right? So
you go. Break it down, Reg. I'm using it wrong. Go ahead. How do you use it right?
Yeah. So
you got the correct logic? Oh yeah, hold on. Here we go. Let me just mute up. Go ahead, bro.
Ivory tower normally means, right, living in a world of abstract ideas, theoretical knowledge, or intellectual pursuits that is disconnected from the practical concerns, problems, and experiences of ordinary people. What we do on this show is, in fact, deal with the experiences of ordinary people. We are not disconnected, right? We might examine the problems, right? But we're examining problems of ordinary people. When you use something like Mount Olympus.
Now hold up. Now let me stop for 1 second, right? So when we're talking about people who are looking for ways to dispute Wikipedia and what it says, are we talking about ordinary conversation? Or do we actually have to get in the ivory tower to actually to indulge in the topic at times?
No. Very few people actually, the people that dispute Wikipedia, they have 2 charges. One is themselves to try to correct the information with information, right? Which I think Wikipedia would accept, right? Or people who really don't care, right? They're pushing themselves, right? So we have, like for example, I have a different thinking of why the people in ancient Egypt related to black, different than the black soil. Wikipedia would say black soil. So what I would do is I would, since that's a topic in the Egyptological field, I would either write papers and talk to people. I would engage my information. And that's all that I can do until Wikipedia actually picks it up, right? And then it's the people who don't care.
Logic used the ivory tower metaphor correctly. The general idea is that you're above the fray. You know, the regular commoners hustling and bustling on the ground, you're basically above them. You know, the abstract stuff that you're talking about, that becomes a function of being away from all the commoners, right? So you start thinking in these abstract ways that doesn't have any connection to anything practical.
Right.
But he used it correct.
Right, but okay, so he must be talking to specific people. I thought he was talking about this group being in the ivory tower, because this group is not disconnected from the experiences of ordinary.
No, he's saying in relation to the Baltimore crackhead, we are in the ivory tower. Or I think that's what he was saying. In comparison.
He's straw manning because a lot of the things that he accuses people of is exactly what he does. So
here we go. Why it sound like you defending Ankh though? What's going on right now? I'm getting some strange vibes, Reggie. What's happening?
You didn't hear the show last night?
Niggardry at work here.
You didn't hear the show last night on Sarnetta, where I totally dismantled.
You think I watched Sarnetta?
No, I guess that so you didn't watch the show last night. I just totally dismantled Ankh and Cedric, right? Dismantled. Oh man, we went over the paper that Cedric put on from Arpon, right? And where it says African science and it's critiquing its methodology. But the paper says African science more than 15 times, right? Ankh gets on and tries to say, yeah, but the man is he's not talking about science, he's talking about herbalism and farming. I said, Ankh, see, that's the problem with your reading comprehension. The man gives his term for science. The man gives his term for science. He gives this term for method. He absolutely says African science, and but he's critiquing the method of African science. You can't read. You can't comprehend. And so it was I beat him half to death. I beat him half to death. And then he comes to find out that he didn't really read the article.
As usual.
He never read the article. So Ankh attacks people. Ankh, I have examined Ankh. Ankh attacks people for what he does, right? One, he's always shifting the goalpost. He's always misrepresenting with selective reading. He's always weaponizing authors' identities. Because what I mean by that is that if you're Black, you're less than. Don't get it twisted. If you're Black, right, you're less than. You're almost just like Ben Carson. You're almost, but you can't find another scientist as great as Ben Carson, right? So when it comes to Black people, he always minimizes them, and then
Reggie,
he never minimizes. Yes?
Reggie, what is African science?
Oh boy.
Here you go. Why can't this man get his bars off?
Okay.
Here you go defending.
Yeah, it's
let
okay.
him. Hey, let him defend, bro. Get out his way, like you tell me. Get out the way.
Okay. But I would what I would say to you, right, is I dealt with the source. Unfortunately, Thunda, you're not the source of the dispute. The source of the dispute is Ankh, right?
I'm just asking you what is African science. That's all.
Okay. What is science?
You would have to read Reggie. You would have to read the paper that they're discussing.
That's correct.
I'm asking for
no. The paper. It was the paper's use of the word of African science. So you would have to go disagree with the paper.
So is Reggie? Are you pro that paper, Reggie?
You said what?
Are you pro that paper or con?
No, I'm sorry, I don't understand that. Am I pro that?
It was actually Cedric's source.
Yes.
It was actually their paper.
Okay.
Okay, good. So are you pro the paper or con the paper?
Oh, I'm pro the paper.
They don't agree. They don't agree with their paper. Is basically with their own source. Is what he's saying.
In the paper, Maurice Richard would note that science is an activity with historical roots, which could be traced to several ancient cultures. This presupposes that Africa can lay claim to some kind of science, no matter how crude it may appear to the modern scientist.
So you agree with that, right?
Thus, it would be wrong for anyone to say that science is completely alien to Africa. Even before the advent of Western science, our forefathers practiced science which could well be labeled African science.
Okay, could be. Okay, good. So you agree with what he said with the could be, right?
What the paper is saying.
No, but see, that's cherry picking. That's not the only thing that's in the article, right? So that's not the only thing in the article. So do you agree with that statement? No matter how crude it is to modern science, Africans practice some science.
Africans practice science. I'm asking you, what is African science?
Okay, so in that statement, it was African science. In that statement, he mentioned Africa. Did you hear that?
Okay, Reggie, what I'm asking you is, when we use the terminology African science, what do we mean by that?
Okay.
Basically, let me help. It's basically Africans when they found empirical ways to understand the natural world, right? If it was in Africa, then they will consider it African science. Like, how is that hard to?
Okay, good. So what is Canadian science?
It's science in Canadian in Canada.
In Canada.
Okay, good. So science. Okay, good. So you're saying that any science that's been practiced in Africa is now called African science.
No,
you just committed 3 fallacies while using the Socratic method. But go ahead.
If it's in Africa, if it's science and it's in Africa, it's African science.
Okay, good. So if it's science, it's got to be science first, and it's practice.
I don't agree.
So science in Africa. So science in Africa is African science. That's what you're saying?
No, I think it would be indigenous.
Reggie didn't define African science properly.
Shell, stop.
It would be indigenous, right?
Reggie?
No, Reggie use indigenous unless there's a population. You cannot use
How come when they say, hold on, Reggie, how come when they say German engineering, don't know motherfucker start arguing? Now when we say African science, everybody arguing now. You niggas is something else to me, man. I'm tired of y'all.
That's a good point.
Right.
So German engineering.
So what is
my other point? Right. That was my other point. So there's Western science, right? And the articles mentioned Western science. I mean, what I just quoted, it mentioned Western science, right? I said, let me just read this again.
Okay, good.
Would note that science is an activity which historical roots could be traced to several ancient cultures. Right then and there, that destroys Ankh. Right? This presupposes that Africa can lay claim to some kind of science, no matter how crude it may appear to the modern scientist. Thus, it would be wrong for anyone to say that science is completely alien to Africa. For even before the advent of Western science.
Where are we reading that from?
The article that
Cedric's paper.
It's from Cedric's paper. And Reggie
wrote a paper?
No,
it was a source he provided. It was a source.
What the fuck?
Brother Reggie. this is truest. Whenever you get the chance, check your private message. You might want to take a look at that article. It will help your argument. Just based off the
I
shit.
destroyed Unc for bringing up for not reading the article, champion Cedric, right? Basically he was doing what you was talking about in the early show, straw manning, right? So his line was just to use rhetoric to make his point rather than make the point. He never really read the article. He glossed over the article.
Brother Reggie, there's certain articles that some of these individuals are accredited to peer reviewing, that literally talks about African science throughout the article. So I just private message you one of them. I think it'll be really insightful to remind them
Hold
on. I think it'd be really insightful.
I don't use this program often, so I'm not as familiar. So
okay.
How do you I could get to the general chat faster than I can get to private. But if you put it in private, how do I get to it?
Yeah, so if you're here in this chat, you press the little cursor at the top left, and once you press that, you should see like in the top left
Who wrote it?
Hey, there's no sound on YouTube, Brass.
I just fixed it.
Who wrote it? Who wrote it, Reggie?
Dr. Ben, nigga. What's wrong with you?
Who wrote it, Doctor?
Okay, let me give you the name of the. Let me give you the name of the whole article. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thunda, I think the bigger point of this is regardless of who wrote it.
Don't go 30,000 foot. I don't want 30,000. I just want to stick with what they want me to read the article. So let me get the name.
But Thunda, I'm just trying to tell you how it came into the conversation. The article came into the conversation because this is what Cedric proposed as something that helps his argument. So when Reggie's trying to show that this article, whether it's wrong or right, does not help your argument. So let's make sure we keep the conversation there. If it helps Cedric's argument or if it hurts his argument.
I don't know what Cedric. I don't care what his argument. I want to know what.
What is the name of the article?
Thank you.
What's the name of the article? The name of the article.
Hey, Reggie, hold on real quick. He's not concerned about that article. He said that many times. He just wants to get a working definition. Brass read a definition off Google, and then you also just read a definition from the beginning of the article. It gave a rundown on exactly what constitutes African science. So, Thunda, do you find the two definitions that were read?
Now, what I was asking, Cal, was Brad told me to read the article, right? So that's what I want to do. And it's funny how you and Trulis are blocking me from doing it. I want the name of the article. I want the name of the article, and I want the article. That's all I want right now.
You got me sounding like Garfield with the hold on, man. Hold on.
All I want is the name of the article and who wrote it. That's all I want right now.
If you give me a second, we'll tell you.
Thank you, Reggie.
All right.
Are you understand what I was saying before I was so rudely?
Thank you, Reggie.
Yeah, before I was so rudely interrupted, right? So now you've moved on to wanting to get the article. That's fine. So my question to you is, are you satisfied with either? I'm talking. Are you satisfied with either of the two definitions that were read?
Yes.
Okay.
So now I can give you the name of the article.
All right, thank you. Now, if you're asking me, do I agree with them?
No, I'm asking you. No, you want one thing.
Why the fuck you wouldn't agree with? Oh, we about to run off all the way in the bushes because the nigga said he don't agree with the definition. So now he's gonna come up with his own definition.
That is powerful niggardry at work here.
I'm coming with nothing. I'm asking for the name of the article.
No. If we gave you the definition of African science and then you say you don't agree with that, who the fuck is you? Hold on. Why you don't agree with it? I need to hear that part before we continue. This is my channel. Why you disagree with the definition of African science?
So I got to agree with something because they read it?
No. Yeah, I need to know why you disagree. So I'm going to read you a definition out the dictionary of a word, right?
Yeah.
And then you will say, I disagree with that. Who the fuck is you? Are you crazy?
Saying, okay, now if I disagree with a dictionary, then I agree with you on that, Chef. I agree. If I agree with dictionary, I'm with you. But I ain't heard no dictionary yet.
So the term African science obviously has a definition to it. They read the definition.
Brass read the textbook definition of it.
So why would you disagree with that?
What Brass read was the makeup of African science.
No.
Oh my God. All right.
That's what I'm thinking.
No, he did not. But let's do this.
Okay, thank you.
But the title is The Method of African Science, a Philosophical Evaluation. Right? Watch this. A Method of African Science, a Philosophical Evaluation. Anybody who's quick reading knows that African science from the title exists. The article is looking at the method of African science, because in our grammar in English that we speak, when you say the method of science, right? You're saying that African science exists and you're exploring the method. And who the author is? The author is Dr. Chris O. Akpan. Dr. Chris O. Akpan, A-K-P-N.
Thank you so much. I had to pull it up. It's from 2011, right?
I don't see the date, but I guess the date is there in the
Okay, yeah.
Pulling it up.
Thank you, Reggie. I'll be reading this. I'll be perusing this article while you all talking. I want to kind of get more familiar with this new phenomenon called African science.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
just understand as you read it. Just understand as you read it. It's not something that Reggie produced. It's something that Cedric produced to help his argument.
I fully understand that this is all Cedric's fault. I don't need you to keep regurgitating that. I get it, right? But what I want to do is read about this new phenomenon we have called African science.
It's not new phenomenon.
Before you go, Thunda, and do your reading, real quick, what exactly do you disagree with about the definition?
About the definition? I didn't hear a definition. I heard a makeup. I disagree with you all call it a definition. That's what I agreed with. That I disagree with.
When you at your computer, you can't just ask the definition of African science.
Okay. Wait 1 second. In the article, it says the African man's way of observing, systemizing, testing, confirming facts of his environment with the aim of achieving a high level understanding of the environment to aid him in controlling, manipulating forces of nature and his advantage, or at least to escape the heavy consequences of uncertainties. Right? This definition, watch this now. He says this definition of African science is indeed embracing a very revealing. The definition brings to the fore such methodological elements of science as observation, systemization, testing, confirmation of facts, understanding, controlling, and manipulating forces of nature to man's advantage. So this is the author's definition.
So that is the author's definition, you said?
This is
that's the author's. Hold on, Reggie, real quick.
Oh.
So just so we keep things clear, because these
don't cut that off,
always,
you said, Reggie, you said that was the author definition. That what you said?
Yeah, that's the author definition. But let's not hold on real quick, Reg. Real quick. Because I want to kind of try to streamline this thing a little bit, right? Because these discussions, they always devolve into these semantical arguments, and we'll spend 2 hours over the definition of words, right? So here's what we have. We had a definition off of Google that was read by Brother Brass that you found problematic because to your ears it didn't amount to a definition so much as just a listing of aspects of African science, right? So you kind of reject that one at least in part, right? So okay, let's push that one to the side, right? Now the definition that this author puts out. Is this definition satisfactory? Do you disagree with it? Do you find anything problematic with this that the one Reggie read?
Before I answer that, astronomy, right? Here's the definition of astronomy.
We're talking about.
Oh, you dumb! I'm calling you.
The definition of astronomy.
Oh, you dumb! I'm calling you.
The definition of astronomy is the scientific study of celestial objects and phenomena beyond Earth's atmosphere, right? That's the definition. What I'm looking for is a definition of African science.
I gave it to you.
Brother Reggie.
Okay.
No, wait. No, I keep getting cut off right on my point.
I know. Brother Reg. Let's get him again. Do it for him. So we hold him right here. Let's not go anywhere until we resolve this. Read the definition again, Brother Reggie. Read it for him again.
All right.
The author time is talking about
So
the
read it.
methodology of
Read
African
it. Reggie, read it again. Read it again, Reggie.
From G.O. Ozumba in his analytical and systemic dimensions of African science, characterizes African science as the African man's way of observing, systemizing, testing, confirming facts of his environment, with the aim of achieving a high level of understanding of this environment to aid him in controlling or manipulating forces of nature to his advantage, or at least to escape the heavy consequences of uncertainties which characterizes natural phenomena. This definition of African science, wait, I'm gonna slow down. This definition, now this is the author. He was first citing someone else. Now he says his points. This definition of African science is indeed embracing and very revealing. The definition brings to the fore such methodological elements of science as observation, systemization, testing, confirmation of facts, understanding, controlling, and manipulating of forces of nature to man's advantage, right? So we have two things going on. We have an author, right, who is citing in his literature review other definitions of science. He comes across
of African science.
G.O. Ozumba, and he uses another scholar to make his point, because that's what we do when you write. You don't.
So Reggie, who's the definition actually attributed to? Does it cite it?
Ozumba.
Ozumba. Okay.
So
quick, Reg, sorry to cut you off, but I have to cut you off. Now let's repose the question again. Thunder, do you find Ozumba's definition satisfactory?
G.O. Ozumba definition was only science that's practiced by Africans.
Oh, you dumb. I'm calling you sick. Man, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to read that again, if you want to read it again slow, Reggie, because I don't know why you keep speeding through this. If you were to slow it down, take your time, don't speed.
Oh, you dumb. I'm calling you sick. Man, shut the fuck up.
Don't speed read. Go slow down, and you're gonna hear it just say science that was practiced by Africans. But if you want to read it again, Reggie, please do.
Okay, so I have read this 4 times.
Yeah.
I read it slow.
Yes.
So then I sped it up because I wanted to get to the point that it was a definition. But I'm going to do what you say.
Thank you.
G.O. Ozumba, in his analytic and synthetic dimensions of African science, characterizes African science as the African man's way of observing, systemizing, testing, confirming facts of his environment.
Hold on one second. It's the African man's way of testing,
of observing,
testing,
confirming facts of his environment.
Of his environment, of nature, okay.
With the aim of achieving a high level of understanding of his environment.
Of his environment, yes.
Aid him
in
controlling or manipulating the forces of nature. To his advantage. Or at least to escape the heavy consequences of uncertainties which characterizes natural phenomena.
Okay, good. So now, Truett, where you at, Haskell? Did you hear what I heard? Since you talking so much. All right, good. So did you hear him say? Did you hear him say that was basically the African man's science? Yes or no?
No, he did more than that. He said,
"What are you talking about?
African man."
Hold on, Reg. Listen, let's not get sidetracked. We're gonna get right to the heart of the matter.
Right to the heart. Yes.
Do you find the definition satisfactory or no?
The definition is satisfactory. I already said that. You asking me, do I agree with it? No, I don't.
All right.
Then it's not satisfactory. Then, like,
Satisfactory.
Yeah, powerful niggardry at work. First of all, what he did was watch what he does.
Yes.
He doesn't. Some people do a circular argument on science, right? African science. He did not. He said the African man's way of, watch this, observing, part of the scientific method, systemizing, part of the scientific method, testing, part of the systemizing, confirming facts, part of the method, right? His environment. So he used 1, 2, 3, 4 parts of the scientific method. Instead of saying science, instead of saying he's saying what science is, but what he does now is he goes in and he looks at and he brings into bear several factors of the scientific method to show that it is in fact science. So he did more.
What? With it, but that's not the point. That's not the issue he has, though, Reggie. He accepts that, that's how science works. But essentially, what he's saying is, what distinguishes that from any other science? Because all of those key points, manipulating your environment, et cetera, you can do anywhere on planet Earth. I think I know where Thunda is going with that, right? So, what I'd like to ask him, he says he disagrees with the definition. I'd like to ask him, why do you disagree with the definition?
Man, hell, you just stated the damn facts why I disagree with it. I just told you he just basically said that African science was science practiced by Africans.
So he said more than that. He said
and
the method.
Go ahead.
He said he did more than that, Thunda.
Yeah, go ahead.
So now I have to ask you to read the paper.
The African man's way of observing, systematizing, testing, confirming facts of environment with the aim of achieving a high level of understanding of his environment to aid him in controlling or manipulating the forces of nature to his advantage, or at least to escape the heavy consequences of the uncertainties which characterize natural phenomena. That is the definition that G. Zumba provided.
No,
now,
wait. I've stopped several times with you. Right?
Yes.
Now, if you take out the African man's way, right, and you put in the Western man's way, right, or you put in the Chinese man's way, right, and what you have is you take all of that out, or you replace it. What you have is different groups of people employing science in their environment.
Yeah, so, but it's science though.
Right. But he said, watch this. I can't go too much further with this. Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Given the elements of science. So what we're concerned about is the observing, the systemizing, the testing, the confirming facts. Right? So in the Chinese man, you put in the Western man, you put in the Indian man. Right? When you're doing that, that is science.
Let me ask you this. What is the African man's way of observing, systematizing, testing, and confirming facts of his environment?
I didn't understand. You don't want to answer my question.
How do the Africans observe, systematize, test, and confirm facts differently than a Western man?
No, it's not asking that. It's not asking that. The paper will go into some of the differences, but the main point is the word environment, right?
So his environment.
The main point is his environment. So in the early Western world, right? Okay, you have different climatic situations, right? You have different vegetation. You have different food supplies, right? He's talking about what the African man does in his environment. But man, in all of his environments, once you do the observing, systemizing, testing, and confirming facts of that environment, right, with the aim of achieving a high level of understanding of it to aid that group of people in controlling or manipulating those forces of nature to his advantage, with the escape and heavy consequences of uncertainties, that is what he is saying is science. So any group of people.
How in the hell has Thunder went from being on the hook to having a damn hook? How did this happen?
Now, like Truitt said, and Haskell said, and anybody else, and now you, right? The issue is Cedric brought this paper up to show that there was no African science, but Cedric didn't read the paper. The paper is really talking about the method of African science. So once he goes past, he defines African science to another author. Then he goes on to look at the method of science. Not that there is no African science, but simply the method of African science. And so he brought that up, right, to muddy the waters, right, trying to confuse us that we don't know the difference between science and critiquing a method, right? And he failed. So I kicked him off the platform because in his paper, African Science is at least said 18 times. So there is in this article that he brought up the notion of African science. So I kicked him off, right? Because you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that to me. When the author is talking about African science.
So Thunder, so I take it from what I'm gathering you're saying that you wouldn't call it African science, you would just call it science in Africa?
Science in Africa, but this is an article, right? The modernized African science refers equally to the activities of understanding, explaining, and exploiting nature for man's use. But it is different from the traditional in the sense that those who engage in these activities have been adulterated by incorporating the method of modern Western science. To this extent, they have engaged in what Azumba calls improved species of African science, which according to him is born out of trial and error and the presence of cross-cultural scientific borrowings.
So that's science.
So wait, hold on. Before we move too far, so you're acknowledging that there's science in Africa. You don't like calling it African science, but you're saying you don't have a problem with it suggesting there's science in Africa.
Science being practiced by Africans, yes.
Okay, so Africans practice science.
Everybody practice science.
Okay, so does that help Cedric's argument or does it hurt his argument?
What is Cedric's argument?
That they didn't have or were practicing science in Africa prior to the invent of Western science.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Everybody know that.
All right, but that's all Reggie's trying to prove.
No, my brother. I'm talking about y'all don't want to keep bringing up Cedric. Y'all done said Cedric name 10 times.
But that's what Reggie, please tell Thunder why we're having this fucking discussion. Tell him why you are bringing the article up.
I asked you what is African science, and y'all talking about Cedric. I'm Cedric.
I'm talking about the paper, right? And what I was talking about is...
I'm going to read this paper. I'm reading it right now. I just read a nice little chunk out of it right now. I'm reading it right now as we speak.
See, you're not letting me talk.
Go ahead.
Every time you ask a question, I answer your question. But when you add another question in the question that I'm answering, that's not
correct.
fair. Right? So the question is, the issue is, Cedric brought this paper up to show that there was no African science. He had thought that the paper was going to say proto-science or pre-science. That's why I asked him to bring up the paper, his source. Cedric brought up this paper. What we're saying, what we're asking you, Thunder, is in that scenario, did it help? Does this paper help Cedric's case? That's what Truitt wants. That's what Haskell wants. That's what Chef wants. We want you to say, to give us the answer. Would this paper be the paper that you bring up to say there is no African science? Can somebody hear me?
There's powerful niggardry at work here.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, Reggie. I know exactly what you were trying to do, and you were on point. You were on point. This does not help their argument at all. They should have saw this article and they should have hid it from the public. They should have hid this source from the public.
There's no way he read this article.
But what they did was they brought up this article because it was from a black person to hide their hatred of black people. So they started off to say that this is not biased or black Island, right?
Yes.
It was a black man to say that there was no African science, to hide who they are, right? And the question, Thunda, is why would they use this article to show that there is no African science? Why would they do that? So then what Unc does is he covers up for Cedric. Because then Unc says that he hadn't read the article at the time. So Unc comes in to cover up how Cedric sunk his battleship. Right?
We have classified African science into two categories, namely traditional African science and modernized African science.
Right.
To start with, traditional African science could hardly be shit. To start with, traditional African science could hardly be separated from technological knowledge. To start with, traditional African science could hardly be separated from technological knowledge, which is generally regarded as applied science. Scientists of this persuasion. Go ahead.
Stop. So I'm used to this.
What is that, Amos?
It's still science.
Go ahead.
Don't read it in a certain way to hide the fact that it's still science. It's now applied science.
It's still science.
Do you agree, Thunda? Do you agree that it's applied science?
That is what the article says. Yes.
Okay. All right. So what is your point of bringing this up?
Scientists of this persuasion, of course, like the Western scientists, seek to know the true nature of physical reality. Sometimes they deal with the unknown, but that's it.
So what they did was make the two things akin, similar, same. Right? At that stage, Westerners did the same thing.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Okay. But the activities do not stop at merely knowing or uncovering the nature of reality. For they as well put this knowledge claim in the application. Thus it becomes difficult to separate the scientist from the technician or the technologist. This is the article that we're reading.
Right, but what's your point? It's still science, right? But it becomes difficult sometimes to separate technology and other factors of science, but it's still applied science. What's your point?
Oh, shit.
Strictly speaking, at least from the Western perspective, scientists should be discoverers of principles, while the technologists should be the ones to apply them. But in traditional African science, there is no such demarcation. I'm reading this shit.
Yeah, but what's your point? There's still African science. It's still applied. And then the fact of the matter is we have ancient Egypt, which is a part of African science. And we know, in fact, they did all of that. What's your point?
Reggie, I am reading. Don't ask me my point again. I'm
Good
reading
luck to
the
your show at
definition
3
of
o'clock, brother.
Say what?
I was telling A1 Titans Debate League, good luck with your show at 3 o'clock, brother.
What show he got? What's going on?
It's tomorrow. I'm doing a business expo, so anybody who has brands or products can come promote, and we'll be doing an open panel talking about marketing, advertising, and everything economics and financial.
That was a good strategy you did right there, Brass. Talk about some fucking business.
Of course I did. We keep Socratic method in these niggas to death. Jesus Christ.
No problem. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That was good.
That's to you, A1.
Alozi, who classifies traditional African science into three: functional, structural, and historical. Functional, structural, and historical makes an important point from the practice of the traditional Africans. We can understand that they appreciated the unity of knowledge earlier than the Western scientists. Yes. Since traditional African science thrives more on the practical side, it could be said that its method is more of technique than theory.
Well, that's what he said. And
that's what he said.
I grant him that. But then how do you deal with something like ancient Egypt? Ancient Egypt didn't have theory?
Reggie, what it is you flying past stuff I'm reading, and then you just say,
I read the article 3 or 4 times.
What I'm saying is you will submit. So you're saying that
the first time. You're reading this,
Reggie,
and you're trying to cherry pick.
Don't worry, Reggie. What I'm asking, I'm not cherry picking. I'm literally reading straight down the line. I ain't cherry picking nothing. Don't falsely accuse me. Now, what I'm saying is, would you agree that since traditional African science thrives more on the practical side, it could be said that his method is more of technique than theory? Would you agree with that? You agree with that, right?
I would not necessarily agree with that.
Oh, so you don't agree with you don't agree with Now I said it. Hey, this is what I don't
agree. I don't agree specifically with that. Wait, I don't.
When I disagree with the definition, guess what? Oh, that nigga Thunda tripping.
No. Wait. I can tell you why. I can agree with generally, right? But what he's dealing with, what he's talking about is traditional African science. With traditional African science, I can agree with that wholeheartedly. So don't do that. But my problem is they don't deem that Egyptian science is modern science. So I'm trying to fit in what we know by the writings the Egyptians did. But do I agree with that statement? I agree with that statement. Okay, so you're not going to get me there. But what my question to you was, now this civilization that's still ancient, that's 3,000, 4,000 years old, called ancient Egypt, did they theorize? That would be my personal problem with the article. But outside of that, I agree with this. So could continue.
Okay. This is a slight departure from the method of Western science, which seems to concern itself more with the ideas and principles which are propounded toward or our understanding of nature. Hence, to a large extent, Western science has been regarded more as a theoretical discipline, more so than technical. So I will submit that saying that African science is more technical and Western science is more theoretical, right? So there at least some difference we have here, right? No problem.
Is it science? Is it a thing called African science?
It's a thing being called African science.
Okay, great. Okay, so then the point of Cedric bringing this article up kills his point. Now you might want to argue something else on the paper, right? After you read the whole paper, because at the end of the conclusion destroys all of this stuff, right? Because in the conclusion, right, he says that okay, We believe that one of the ways the traditional scientists to do this is by leading the charge for some of those ethnosciences like herbalism, traditional orthopedic, climatology, divination, to be introduced into our conventional school curriculum. Feyerabend, in his Science in a Free Society, challenged that a citizen has a say in the running of any institution to which he makes financial contributions, right? Etc. Then he says this is a challenge to traditional African scientists. Good enough, some of what is held to be esoteric knowledge, like herbalism, has been introduced in some universities' curriculum. An example is Owolo University in Ile-Ife in Nigeria. We are waiting for other ethnosciences like divination, climology, voodooism, and their methods to be introduced in schools. So now, in this same article, which I know you didn't get to conclusion, right? Oh no, then he says, watch this. Watch this. Then he says,
only witness this.
He says, who knows? There may not be any magic behind these forms of knowledge. Watch this. The traditional African scientists may only be invoking the spirits and deities either ignorantly or to scare people in a bit to be revered. Or perhaps these spiritual entities and forces are the same entities like the modern scientists' subatomic particles, namely electrons, protons, photons, hadrons, quarks, leptons, glucons, and may even have similar functions.
Oh, wow.
This speculation may sound intriguing, but no less significant when we consider discovery in quantum mechanics that quarks and leptons
That paper pseudo. That paper pseudo. Cedric should be banned out of the community.
Stop, Chef. Come on, Reggie.
Yeah, no, this is what they provided. They pulled the source that suggested. They pulled the source that suggested that crazy
Go
shit.
ahead, Reggie. Keep going.
So
y'all are misunderstanding what that paper is saying, bro. It's not pseudo. Go ahead, Reggie. Keep reading, and then I'll explain what it's saying to these guys.
Watch this. The discovery.
I'm gonna go to the ivory tower, Reggie, just to let you know. All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
I ain't in that fucking ivory tower. I'm just letting y'all know. I'm nowhere near an ivory tower with you crazy niggas.
Thank you. This discovery, to a large extent, seems to support.
I don't know how you can have a conversation and not be in the ivory tower, bro. I don't know how you can.
This discovery, to a large extent, seems to support the traditional African view. Watch this, of the world as a world of amazing unity and interconnections among all things, in a view which seems to give the African scientist the leverage to operate the way that he does. So Cedric brings this up to, how can I say, to dismiss traditional African science as whatever they say, it's African medicine or whatever they say. He brings.
Keep going. It's a however. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Where is it? Leverage. He does. However, the African scientists should appreciate the fact that Western modern science could only achieve this discovery because its methods encourage rigorous theorization, which results in impersonalization, exotericization, and non-veneration of inexplicable authorities. Thus, African traditional science could also grow if it could employ the approach of impersonalization and exotericization as part of its methodology. But it's still, even in its period, the article is closed. So the point of fact of the matter is, it was always a critique on traditional African science and how to make it better, right? And it says that the African scientists should appreciate the fact that modern Western science could only achieve this discovery because its methods encourage rigorous theorization, right? Okay, but that does not invalidate.
So what it is insisting is that African science does not encourage rigorous theorization, right?
The author, I can say that no, he said he could appreciate the fact that the West does, you could imply that the traditional African scientists. But wait,
the implication is that African science don't.
Right. Wait, no, not African science doesn't. It says the traditional African science.
The African science should appreciate the fact that Western science could only achieve this discovery because its method encourages rigorous theorization, which results in impersonalization, exoterization, and non-veneration of inexplicable authority. In other words, they're not spookifying nothing. That's what the Western science does. And they're saying that the African scientists don't.
Okay. It says the traditional African science could also grow if it could employ the approach. So it's just basically saying, giving the traditional African
science does not approach just the same way as far as
nobody's saying it's approaching the same thing as modern science. No one's saying that the fact of the matter is it's not modern science.
I'm not even talking about modern science. I'm talking about science.
Because they use the West. So now it says the traditional African science could also grow if it could employ the approach of this impersonalization and exoterization as part of the methodology. And that goes to the prong before it. However, the African scientists should appreciate the fact that the Western modern science could only achieve these good discoveries because it encourages, right? So if modern science encourages this and the traditional African science does not encourage it, the African science could get better if they did in fact do this. But it does not invalidate traditional African science because they call it traditional African science, right? They actually call it that. So it does not invalidate it. But the key point of it is watch this, like Cedric said, not Cedric, like Sheffrin said, ever calling Sheffrin Cedric, never, right? Ever. That was a bad mistake, right? The fact of the matter is that Sheffrin picked up real quick and Sheffrin says, damn, this sounds like a pseudo paper. Quantum physics, right? And being traditional African science. Why
African science.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Why you said it was pseudo?
Because he would say generally that confusing quantum physics with traditional African science would be something that he would guard against. A lot of people would guard against it. But the fact of the matter is, this is the same damn paper that Cedric introduced to defend his point. And it's talking about things that he and Ankh would have called pseudo, blackology, bullshit, right? For the last damn near 2 years or longer, right? But they insert a paper that actually defends the shit. So it says, one, that they're scamming. Two, that they're fucking conning. Three, they shouldn't have any fucking thing to do with science. I've never seen a lesson plan from Ankh to teach any of this stuff.
Do you have a paper that I can read that defends the notion of this new phenomenon called African science?
This paper.
Good.
Wait, hold on. Thunda, I got you, bro. Thunda, I got you, bro. I'm a DM you.
Don't do me nothing. I'm asking Reggie. If you
nobody's gonna say nothing. No.
Logic, if he beating this paper up, are you saying, oh, I'm not using this, Cedric is using it. So which one would you use to defend the notion of African science?
Oh, I would use Cambridge. I would use a Cambridge guide to research on African science.
Okay, the Cambridge guide. Hold on, let me look that up right now. Cambridge.
Ain't nobody gonna say what, Logic. You said ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Ain't nobody gonna say what.
Cambridge guide to African.
About him mentioning
Hold on,
quantum
Thunder.
physics
Hold on,
and
Thunder.
African
What you saying,
science.
Logic?
That's what I said.
Yeah.
African science and quantum physics. That's what I said.
No, where's this paper at? Yeah, let's hold on, y'all. Hold on, Truth. Where's this paper at? The Cambridge Guide to African Science. I don't see it.
I had put it in a general chat.
Oh, you put it in the general chat?
I had put it in a general chat when Brass asked me for it a long time ago.
Oh, a long time. You ain't got it right now?
I can look it up.
All right, thank you. What you got, Logic?
Wait, hold up. Why do I wait, hold up. It's closing on where I have to go. Let me just say this. I don't have to do your homework, Thunda, respectfully.
Oh, Reggie, don't do that.
Respectfully. I can, right? But what I don't think is genuine because I gave you one paper, so you should take a few minutes out and read the whole paper and then we could discuss it on another show.
No, you said that you ain't rolling with this paper. You saying it's the one that Centric brought.
No. That's not completely true. Right? I'm rolling.
So you agree with the paper?
I'm rolling with the paper because I'm rolling with the paper with caveats. Because in this whole paper, do you have a body movement or something like that? You gotta brush your teeth or you're eating? Because I'm talking. Whoever's doing that.
No, that's Thunder. It's Thunder doing that.
Me, I just laughed. I ain't did no body movement or eating.
No, I'm just checking because then why is there? If I'm talking to you,
bowel movement.
If I'm talking to you, why do I hear any other noise?
That's him talking. He's commenting while you talking. You know, everybody else on mute, bro. Just Thunder. But go ahead.
I just laughed. I haven't said a word. Go ahead, Reggie.
What did you laugh at?
Everything you said, Reggie. He ain't listening to shit you saying. He's just preparing. Every time you talk, he's preparing to ask you another question. This is the Socratic method, like at a high level right now. That's all he's doing is just preparing questions while you talk.
Okay. So I can give you the Cambridge History of Science, Ancient Egyptian Science, a source book by Clagett, Clagett, right?
Science.
I can give you an article on called SciMat, SCIMAT, Science Matters, right? And he also has an article on Science Defined, right? I could give you these are A History of Science by George Sarton. Okay, so for now, I'm going to stop. I can give you several more, but I'm doing more than what I should. I'm doing more than what I should do.
Okay,
so,
Rich.
In my mind, what a trick would be would for me to give up my sources so that you can go through my sources, but I only introduced the sources because it was requested. Cedric brought this source up, right, to defend a point that there was no African science. That's why you should never listen to Cedric. And with Ankh was you should never listen to him either. You should never listen to Ankh. You should. We only live in a world where people don't have degrees in the subject or any real expertise, and they become experts. Right? We only live in we live in this type of world, and so I have no respect for Cedric ever, no respect whatsoever, and I have no respect for Ankh. They shouldn't. Someone needs to call them and show them if you're talking about science literacy and you're talking about science, show us a goddamn lesson plan because they don't even know the difference between century, right? They prove. So they shouldn't even ever put any of that in front of their kids, in front of anybody's kids. And then when they're wrong, they double down. So that means they would be lying to the kids. So I don't want these people around young people. And the worst thing about it is they're trying to teach adults. They can't teach kids, and they're trying to teach adults. So I no longer want to have anything to do with them.
We're not Reggie. Reggie, I cannot advise you on anything. But you've been
my
cool.
man Reggie. What's your cash at, Reggie?
Oh God,
gloves on
niggas
for
is
these
supporting
niggas.
chaos. Reggie, you've been cool with them niggas for a long ass time.
Decided to throw down.
Chef, do not fucking support this shit.
My man finally decided to stand up and throw down.
I don't support.
I got your back, Reggie.
I don't support.
Let's go.
Let's go. Stop, Chef.
My point of
Hold on, brother Reggie. Just real quick, if you listen to me for half a second. Part of the reason I left the conversation is I started getting about as angry as you are, brother. I don't think it's helped. At this point, we've reached the point of the argument or the conversation where the only thing that can happen now is motherfucking chaos and calling each other names. We ain't accepting no other information. We're not building. We're just going crazy. And I think you just invoked, shouts to Brendan. I was thinking about it while you said it. You just did the appeal to emotion. I got to get away from this logical fallacy show because I'm listening to y'all talking at my house with the they shouldn't be talking to kids. They shouldn't be talking to kids and all of that. Hold on, Reggie, real quick. I'm gonna land my plane. But do not let this science conversation. Unlike most of us, we don't have a personal relationship with them. You do. You done advise people's kids in museums, and y'all done talked to on 125th and been at battles and all kind of shit. Don't let Isaac Newton and fucking modern science and Hendrix and all of that shit ruin. Y'all probably got a real friendship, bro. Don't let the science shit get in the middle of it. There you go.
Okay, so a couple of comments. Yeah. One is that when you have a friend that you can't tell your friend, right, the truth, give them advice, help them. That person is not your friend. That person is an acquaintance, because friends tell friends when they're wrong, right? So then either I'm a subordinate to him, right? Or I just choose to ignore it. People have acquaintances, friendships for many years. But when it comes to the point, he did something to me yesterday. He said that nobody would hire me with my old degree in computer science. Nobody, he said that to you? Yes, he said that to me. So that's the same thing like what him and Smash is not talking about. So he thought that I didn't hear it and I would ignore it, right? I did not. I'm not appealing to emotion. Because I am not telling anybody what they should do. I'm saying the simple fact is that when sometimes you find out who a person really is. So when the person
by the way, go ahead, Reg.
Yeah, don't cut him in the middle of his shit.
So when a person,
I'm trying to time it up.
Okay. Go ahead, brother Reg.
I stop. It's not.
Finish your thought, because I got a clip. There was a clip in the Discord this morning, and I thought it was funny. Hopefully, I can add a little bit of humor.
No,
but you two old motherfuckers was up there arguing about Social Security points, and I saw the clip. I saw the clip this morning. That might have been the funniest shit I've seen.
Yeah,
I might have closed out the month with the funniest argument out of everything.
Because in this society.
Hey, I had wanted to say real quick, Reg. Can we acknowledge? Cause you had mentioned Brother Smash, man. Can we acknowledge Brother Smash's mastery as an MC? Cause Brass, you was playing that Nights Over Egypt during that show, and I just love the part where the beat break down. When he said, "On stumbles and bumbles and fumbles." Huh?
That nigga interrupted Reggie the damn Glaze fucking.
See now,
Yeah,
now we about to be off the hedges. Let him finish.
In my,
hold on, no. We're not gonna let him get. You know, we're not gonna let the train go off the tracks, despite Thunder's little underhanded scheming. Right? I'm giving credit to one of the great MCs in hip hop, and he just happens to be a member of our community. You could call it Glaze, but that part of that song is raw. That on stumbles and bumbles and fumbles and bumbles, that shit raw.
Yeah. Hey, he said, yeah. At the end of that, that cracks me up.
It's the end of it that was entertaining. Where he just say, yeah. I done heard that song so many times now. That shit's entertaining. I'm like, hey, hold on. Let Reggie finish his thought. Then we go up to it.
It's a problem.
But why was y'all arguing over social? I only saw about 30 seconds.
I am explaining it.
Okay, go ahead.
Once he said he went into my profession, and he basically called me outdated with my old degree in computer science. I don't know how people, whether you know or not, how difficult it was for Black people to enter the field in 1988, right? With a degree in computer science, right? It was very difficult. When my curriculum, in my courses, there were grown men who were already engineers in other countries trying to get an American degree, right? I had to battle for my degree against older people who were practicing, right, computers in their own country as the field was changing from mainframe to macro, right, to mini to PCs, right? And with the early programming languages, which is assembler and Fortran and Pascal. And so he now attacks my world, right? My commercial world by saying I could not get a degree, I could not get a job in that field. Okay, what job could he get? So then he made me mad because now that was a personal attack against me, right? And so I said, well, wow, I'm old, so I'm 61. I can't get Social Security check until May of next year.
Ain't on 59 though?
Right. But I cannot. Wait, let me talk. Right. So I'm 61 and I can't get a Social Security check. But when I do get a Social Security check, even in early retirement, it would be substantial. Not just simply getting the points, but what I put in Social Security in my 20 years of working in the field. It would be substantial in early retirement, right? So I'm like, you want to attack me? From what I know, I don't know your work experience, right? So then I hit him low with the points. So then he says, well, he's been working since he's 12 years old. I don't know who hired you at 12 years old. Like, I don't even know if that's legal that you would get Social Security point at 12 years old.
You got to be 15 in Maryland to work.
Right.
To get a work
I was gonna say, and even then in Indiana, even if you're 15, you still need a worker's permit signed by your school and your parents. Yes.
He said he owned his own business since he was 12. Actually, let's not
get down to the minute. Let's not get down. Come on, Corey. Don't pause. Don't bite, Corey. Pause. Don't bite that.
Yeah, I want Corey to bite because
my thing is, let's not get down into the minutia. The actual
pause.
I did say pause. I said 15. Okay. I said so. The issue is from a distance though, Reggie. and this is no disrespect, I'm just telling you from a perspective of somebody watching y'all argue. Y'all just two old niggas now to the point y'all done reached an argument. I don't mean niggas, I apologize. Y'all are two older gentlemen arguing that y'all done got so far down in the weeds of a science conversation. Y'all arguing social security points. It's crazy and madness at this point.
Okay,
maybe somebody just gotta like.
Okay, that's fine.
Back out. You know what I mean, Paul?
I don't know. I think that's a good discussion to have about.
No, it's not.
Points.
It's not.
Yeah, I think.
Man, can't get no damn social security. Peace, everybody. Hold on. Is not getting social security.
You got to admit.
Let Reggie finish. Let him respond.
My bad. Go ahead, Reggie. I apologize.
This shit is backfiring on me in real time. Go ahead.
So here's the question is, I did not start the fight. I got insulted.
Right.
I should just allow the insult to happen.
No.
I did not allow, right? I did not allow it to happen because he tried to take something from me that I worked hard all my life.
That's right, Reggie.
And I still worked in the field. Right? My ex-wife is a PhD. She runs a business. I consult for her, right? I'm a valuable part of what she does, right? So I help with contracts. We've gotten contracts, right? So I still work in the field. But for him to do that to me in public, when we're talking about a science conference, I have two things to do. One is just ignore it.
Right.
But I don't like bad behavior. And he was someone I thought was my friend, and friends don't do that. Right? So I could be his friend, but he's really not my friend because friends don't do that over a science conference. So I'm human, right? I piss, shit, bleed. I do all of that. I make mistakes, but I did not enter the conversation attacking him personally. And that's what I got from him. So
all right,
my comments, okay, so fine. I got the flag.
I got you. I'm out the way.
When people say old ass niggas should not be talking about social security points, is that you started attacking my career, right? I know what I'm gonna get. For a lot of people, I don't know, 1900 to 2100 is not a lot of money after taxes, but it's something that I could earn.
Yeah, it's a reward for your hard work.
You know how hard it is to get
to that number, yes.
Right? It's not a lot of money, but it could pay a substantial bill, right?
Nobody's going to turn that amount of money down.
That's correct. But the question is,
my issue is not the points. My issue is you're now bringing that kind of.
But doesn't Trump do that all the time? Doesn't he call you crazy? Doesn't he call you scammer? Doesn't he call you a whole bunch of names?
Yeah.
That's bad behavior, and it seems like an entertainment. It happens in every conversation that he is. He's either a nigga, right?
I get you. Yeah, I get you. I just don't, I just know y'all, my closing point is just, but motherfuckers in here that's stirring it on or egging the shit on, and we egging it on in the name of science or trying to get somewhere cool. But if we egging it on in the name of trying to get these two motherfuckers to,
you can't egg that on when grown people know where they at. Like you don't, you can't egg that. That would be insulting to say to somebody get egg something on. And Reggie's right old age. Mature age, I'll say. At his right mature age, he knows when he's been insulted. You dig what I'm saying? Like
I dig what you're saying. He's not right now. I'm being a punk about it, Chef. I admit it, bro. I'm being a punk about it, and I don't care I don't have no personal fucking friendship with none of them. So to never speak to them again, it wouldn't matter. I've done that already. My thing is, I'm saying when I done also heard stories on the other end of Reggie taking children to the museums and meeting up in New York for lunch and dinner shit. Like if Isaac Newton somewhere turning over in his grave because he fucking up friendships in 2026 over a dumbass conversation at this point, because nobody's relenting. Nobody making no money off of it. Everybody now we at the point we talked about, Chef. The conversation has reached a point of just contention. There's no more information.
But our conversations always have underlying issues also.
Yeah, personal shit.
You get what I'm saying? So even in these conversations, right? How a person feel about you still comes out. You dig what I'm saying? So you can think you're talking about science, right? But the moment a motherfucker start feeling like they losing, you a bitch.
Yeah. Or a monkey. Yeah, you know what? Or a monkey.
Or a monkey.
Yeah, okay.
With the skin map, right? Remember the skin map argument, right?
No, but go ahead.
Oh, you don't remember that?
Oh, you remember that, Brass? Oh, that's classic.
No.
That was so I bought in the skin map. He bought in the skin map to say that well, it's kind of in defense of the Black Egypt stuff, and basically saying, well, his initial was basically he's correct. There was all shades in Egypt, right? No problem, but he also was using that to say that different regions had different skin colors. But in my opinion, South America is the one that kind of blow that out the way. He was equating the UV rays.
That sounds like the sources and all of that. What did something personal happen or something?
No, it was using an article by Nina Jabrowski and her husband, right? Mm-hmm. And her husband created he's not a PhD, but he's a very smart guy. He created a map that predicts what you would see as far as the skin color climb in places where the sun is.
Yeah, where the UV rays.
Okay.
Right? But it was a prediction based on the sun. It had nothing to do with admixture, bottlenecks, and population movements and climate, right? Nina Jabrowski, she added more material to it, but it became the pseudo killer's Bible, right? As to say, it became their Bible. So I called them skin mappers because, and then I wasn't speaking to them. They was attacking me for a year plus.
A year?
Yeah, they was attacking me a year plus. Yeah, so, and then it was also at a time where I don't know if I was dealing with Sonetta again, right? At that time period. So I had, like I always have, lots of enemies, intellectual enemies, right? So it was a period where I was kind of like pushed out of the community. And then at the end of the day, Ankh and them stopped talking about the skin map, right? Because it wasn't selling anymore, right? So this has happened to me before with them, but none of that happened with my personal situation. I have lots of pain about some of the choices that I made in my life, a lot, and that stopped my ability to work in the field. It has nothing to do with. It has a lot to do with a federal case that if you Google my name, you will see that case come up. And employers look at the case and they see it's age discrimination, and yet I would be re-entering the market. I mean, the marketplace at 61 years old. And because how can I say, because of the case, some of the callbacks that I was expecting to get did not. So I had to go to alternative streams of income and my investments.
You started selling drugs?
No, I did not sell.
I don't know. When people start talking about alternative sources of income, it's the first thing that comes to mind. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry that you said that.
Pimping.
Hey, you went straight. Hey, a lot of people, the nomenclature for alternative sources of income in my generation is either Herbalife or a nigga start selling drugs, bro.
Nigga was probably pimping.
See?
Or selling moringa.
Or moringa, yeah. Or them RBG ones. One of them two.
Actually,
we're trying to insert humor, Reggie.
Yeah, but that's painful. You have to understand it's painful.
He just said he was at a painful point in his life, and y'all making fun of that.
That's the perfect time to insert humor. The perfect time to somehow, because one thing is we're live, and I don't want to be talking about Reggie's.
I was gonna say you shouldn't be giving this type of information.
Yeah, because you just said you got a lot of hate.
No,
you might got a little bit more after.
Let me say this.
And now you got painful times. Niggas use that shit against you, brother.
Let me say this. Hey, Reggie, I appreciate you felt comfortable enough telling us that. Yeah. So my joke about moringa, it was just a joke on Chief X.
Yeah.
Completely insensitive.
That wasn't insensitive. I didn't make a joke about him not being able to work.
Yeah. We're not laughing at Reggie. I'm trying to get him to not, because people that hate you will use these kinds of weapons, no matter how painful it is, brother. They'll use it against you.
Yeah,
so
I understand that, but what it is that you have to by choices. So me taking a regular job right in my field became difficult, except for being a consultant, but a day-to-day. But believe it or not, for more than 11, 12 years, I've lived off of my investments. Right? That's the alternative that I used, right? And throughout all of the market swings, right? So people can try to use that against me, but in the spaces of my time, I do come on these boards to try to help, right? And I take on people who other people, for whatever reason, would not want to take on. But once he started talking about my career, right? For whatever reason, he brought that up, right? To knock me. But first of all, I have a degree in computer science. And technically, at this age, I would be retiring anyway. So, and in my age, I shouldn't be really looking for a job in my field, right? Unless I had to, right? But so when a person does that to you, what should you do?
Just stop talking to him, brother. That's what works for me. That's what works for me. Just stop talking to him. But you do what works for you. I would be wrong in telling you to do
blow first, Reggie. You throw a death blow, then you stop talking to him. That's how you do it.
I agree, Corey. I agree.
Hey, brother Reggie, Corey, I'm telling you, there's a bunch of niggas in jail right now because of niggas like Corey. That they sitting in jail saying, my friend told me, just get that one last lick, pause, in, and then let it go.
But let me ask you this, Brass. Let me ask you this, Brass.
Yes, sir.
Is it a death blow, or is it a lick to actually tell the truth? So if somebody was to insult you, right, about where you landed at in investments and real estate and everything else, and then you turn around and ask them, well, where the fuck have you landed at in this endeavor? Like, put your shit up against mine. If I ain't shit, you feel me?
Right.
Put what you accomplished up against mine, and let's see who really ain't shit. Because maybe I ain't shit.
Hold on, let me ask the question real quick.
Wait a second, James. Hey, Chef, you already know my rule. The truth is not slim.
Exactly. So if Reggie didn't return, and like if me and Reggie get to arguing, and I start trying to get off on Reggie, and he says, Chef, I got motherfucking degree. I worked in my field. You dig what I'm saying? For 20 plus years, I did this, I did that. I'm cited in journals. You know what I mean? This, that, and the third. And they say, well, Chef, what the fuck have you done? Right now, I got to put what the fuck I've done on paper, noted shit, up against his.
Right.
Like that's valid.
No, I get that. I get
that's
that.
valid. You know what I mean?
get that. No, I get it. I'm like I said, I'm being a punk. I done admitted that twice. You won't get a third time. But go ahead, go ahead, Gene.
Now, this might be a personal question. Anybody can answer this, but if you haven't been a dope fiend before, how the hell can how can somebody insult you and you ain't never been hooked on drugs or been labeled a dope fiend? You went to college, got a degree. How do you even let somebody that's a dope fiend basically, or has been labeled a dope fiend in life, affect you?
See, this is another case.
That's the type of stuff I don't be understanding.
African James is bringing that personal shit over here and
we brought up something personal first. So when you react to how they acting, now it's a problem. See, because he talks about me being in a wheelchair all the time, Thunda. What about that? Let me since you got your cape on, what about that? Me being in a wheelchair ain't got shit to do with science being modern or not. See what I'm saying? But that's what he does because that's what ignorant people do, Thunda. Now, if you want to be on the ignorant side of history, you can. But Unc is wrong. Now, you keep trying to defend this man, and I don't like that type of shit because Unc's been wrong a whole bunch of times. He's been disrespectful to a lot of men on a lot of panels. We ain't no motherfucking punks up here. We men. You treat other men like men. So I don't understand how you keep over here defending somebody that's treating other men like they fucking kids.
You casting your aspersions over here instead of going.
Okay, but let me mute out, man. Let's watch this.
Unc is my friend.
So what? Your friend, we all got friends that ain't worth shit. That don't mean that we gotta not acknowledge that he a piece of shit.
And African James, Unc is my friend, Doc. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but I guess I'm not your friend.
Reggie,
no. Thunda. Answer upon African James last question. Do we all have friends that ain't shit? Answer that last question. No, we're not letting this slide.
In this community, period, and you know it. I have defended you when you were wrong.
No, don't defend me.
Defend them now.
That's the goddamn problem. You defend people when they wrong.
Don't defend me when
they ain't no damn friend.
I said scientists don't ask why. And then dumb frigs over there is telling me that I'm wrong because they read some up to undergraduate degree will ask why. But we scientists don't ask why. Even Corey had to come and say, "2P, see there?" They don't ask why. But those dumb people over there who you're defending, as the question was just asked, do we all have friends that ain't no shit? Yes.
2P, I think that you just upset because you backed off of what you said the other day. That's it.
I backed off? I didn't back off for anything I said.
You backed off with your initial statement.
I did not back off.
They showed you back off.
I said,
and now you mad about it.
No, I what did I say that I back off? That scientists don't ask why?
Of course, you know what you said.
Right. Have I backed off? No. Ask for if I backed off. No, I'm not backed off.
Reggie, I have defended you from.
No. You make a statement that I backed off. Let me justify that. I've not backed off. But guess what I've realized? It is tiring to try to educate clowns. So I've decided not to. I've moved on. I've not backed off. I've moved on.
Well,
they made you get off the script.
I would say, Thunda.
Nobody made me get off the script.
Thank you for being a human being. Thank you for being a good black man, right? Thank you for being friendly, right?
Yes, sir.
We have not always agreed, but at least I can respect you, right?
You ain't never heard me call you no name or none. You already know it. I don't play those games.
I can respect you. Unc, I cannot respect. It's simple as that. There's nothing at this point from what he did and what he tried to do by shifting the goalposts, by strong manning, by weaponizing, right? And by ignoring the central theses of the subject that we were talking about, right? And that at this particular point of my life, I don't need people like this in my life. I only probably at best got 20 years of life. I could do away with that. There's nothing that he can do to help my life. But what he did was he hurt my life over a paper that his people bought in to defend what he was talking about. And then it came to that. And for some people like him, they think that you can just overlook what they do to other human beings. So now it's a turning point in my life with him, right? I don't need him to do anything for me. If I talk to him, it's just going to be stern in the sense that you're wrong, and that who now, what gives you the right to talk about any subject that you didn't pass a test in, right? So now it's just YouTube, right? So you'll have to excuse me. I entered in this. My son is my worst critic. He hurts me, right? By saying, Dad, I could look at all of the people that you have helped in your life academically, including me, principals, right? MBAs in Harvard, right? And you engage in this community. Why? I said, because I was young. I would have liked someone that I could listen to that could make points, right? But he says, Daddy, but it hurts you. It hurts you. It gives you a social media profile, right? They can track the bad things that you did rather than the good things. And I said, son, you're right. But I'm 61 years old now, right? I'm not engaging in the market. Just use it as a learning experience. But we are in this environment where people do things, call people names for no reason, as to shift the fact that they can't make their point.
Your son also could be saying that the shit hurts him.
Oh, it does.
Right, to see somebody playing with his father like that, right? Something that he wouldn't do, right? So you being played with over here, like imagine, I can only imagine me seeing some young motherfuckers or motherfuckers not qualified playing with my father. I would lose my motherfucking mind. You feel me? I would be hurt over it because you got a certain amount of respect for your father, right? So you wouldn't allow somebody to play with your father, right? It's like, it's like, remember when you were younger and you heard people cursing outside? If your grandmother heard it, you went outside and approached them niggas about that. Like, yo, don't be cussing outside this window. My grandmother, right? You feel me? So it's a level of respect. Your son could not only just be talking about that it hurts you, it could affect him to see people playing with his fucking father. So maybe you do need to back up off of this shit. Because your son could be saying in his way, like, yo, that don't make me feel good. You feel me? Of people playing with you like that.
My son deals with very powerful people in the United States. My son, because if I showed you, you would be.
And it can hurt his reputation. He can feel like, yo, somebody can pull up, yo, is this your father? Or out on 123rd arguing with Captain Tazoriak? Like, what type of shit y'all on? Exactly. So you guys stay away from this shit.
Absolutely.
But Chef, the thing is that Reggie's already out there like that, and I mean, I like the country. One thing I like about this country generally is you don't have a child pay for what the parent did, I don't believe in that. So, and not that I'm saying Reggie did anything wrong, you know what I mean? But I'm just saying that, in life is a good principle. You can't have kids because you're not your parents, really. You know.
Right,
And yeah.
but the fact of the matter is that Sheffrin is right, and the fact of the matter is children do pay for who their parents are all the time in this psychological world of jobs and things like that, right? It's not our kind of people, right? Luckily, my son does have a mother who um who is a professional, right? She has a PhD, right? So he has two parents. His father's all over law. I have 141 federal citations on a case that a judge rendered against me that ultimately was overturned, right? But the stigma of it is I have to bear the stigma of it. And so my son is not incorrect, but in this being a person of African descent in America, there are lots of things that analysis that I have, which is even harsher, not on society. All you can do is just learn from me. Many of you have children, right? You can just learn from whether or not how long you want to stay in this community or not. And there are people like Unc that exist that would act like they're your friends. You can walk with them, you can eat with them, you can meet their families, you can do all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, the person tells you what they really feel about you, and then still want to be your friend or have a relationship, right? Or in how can I say or in rebuttal, say what the person really feels. He didn't have to say he didn't have to say that to me. He said it to other people, but now I drew the line and I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Like I argue with Sinetta all the time, right? But I don't bring he doesn't bring and I don't bring our personal things to the public, right? We've had terrible conversations, right? But I don't bring it out into public. The difference between Unc is that Unc brought something out in the public and he challenged a person who actually has a degree, right? Who actually has work experience. So that means he has to show that he has as much or more to make his attack on me, right? Because I have, and many of you should know, I have I can be witty at times.
He got you beat though. He got you beat though. He been owning his own business since how long? Since he was what age?
Since he was 12. Since he was 12, he had his own business.
But look, so I
Now,
agree with
does this include? Did he still have his own business when Annie had to kidnap his ass off the corner by bribing him with a sandwich? Like, is he a business owner at that time? Because I'm a little confused, me personally.
Hey man,
I hear a
y'all
lot
better
of the
chill out,
stories.
man.
I hear a lot of the stories that he tell. The business owner at 12 years old ain't adding up. Now, I'm not saying he lying because I don't know, right? I'm not
Man,
saying
y'all
he
need to get
lying.
that E40 Captain Saving for Thunder. Put that on there. Every time Thunder starts just going on to play that little jingle right there. Because why is you trying to save another grown man?
Y'all finna
That
back
shit's
up.
kind of gay.
Not for nothing, Thunder. Not for nothing, Thunder.
Every time somebody starts talking about this man, you jump
ago-
in like that's your woman or something.
A week ago,
Like, come on.
a week ago, not for nothing, Thunder. He told you that your degrees was capped just a week ago. So like this behavior he's exhibiting towards
What
Reggie.
you got a degree in, Thunder? What you got a degree in, Thunder?
I have my bachelor's in food science and chemistry, minor. And
Yeah, that don't mean shit, Thunder. That don't mean nothing.
And
So
my
you
associate.
I need you to answer my question, Thunder. Are you a scientist? Huh?
Science and
now
cybersecurity.
all of a sudden your phone don't work when I'm asking a pertinent question.
What'd you say?
I said, are you a scientist?
I practice science, yeah. Well, I did.
So that makes
That was wild.
So does that make you a scientist?
No, I majored in food science and minored in chemistry.
Okay. So is chemistry science?
It is science. That's what I said. It's science.
Right. So the people that's practicing that science, what would they be called?
Cooks.
I would say no. I never cook anything. I would say no, they're not scientists. Those are
If you're
practitioners.
practicing it, you're a scientist.
Is a chemist a scientist?
Yeah, you're a
Nigga,
scientist.
that's a fancy word for a fucking cook. A short order cook.
But this is the thing, Chef
chef.
and Corey. The thing I
Go
can't
ahead.
figure out is what's the argument about? Like, I've listened to it a few times, and to me, he got beat up on it, and I respect Aunt because he brought some things to the community and some ideas that were great. You know what I mean? No, I'm not saying he's a scientist. I'm saying that the sources he was using, right, were reputable sources, right, from qualified people, and that's what I thought that he brought. But then the argument, my understanding of what the argument was, what about modern science and ancient science? That whole argument didn't make no sense to me because even Ankh himself, years ago now, he's been saying you wouldn't get to certain places we are now without the bow and arrow, right? And so to me, there's no difference between the one might be more structured in a sense, but in reality, it's all building on other things that have come before it, right? Other scientific discoveries, essentially, right? And so that's why I didn't understand what the real argument was between modern and ancient, and Newton's not a scientist. I didn't get that. You know, it didn't make sense to me, you know, because to me, he is a scientist, you know?
Semantics. It was a semantic argument.
It was a label.
Yeah, and then now people start falling out over semantics.
It was just labeling.
It went, yeah. Well, that would be semantics.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not saying it to counter your point.
It's called the sunken ship fallacy, brother.
Yeah.
That's it. It was the sunken fallacy, brother. They made a claim that they ain't want to get out the fucking car on. They said some stupid shit 3 weeks ago that they just didn't want to fucking let go.
Like saying that Africans is black, like that. That's what y'all mean?
Don't try to bring us into your bullshit, James.
No, I'm just asking. Because that's some crazy shit to say that African people ain't black. You don't think that's crazy?
He bringing that bullshit over here.
Nobody don't want to see. That's what I'm saying. Here you go with the cape again.
He bringing his bullshit over.
So is African people black? Thunda. So we can still see what I'm saying. This, like, y'all act like y'all shocked. This is crazy to me.
Hey, Brad, he trying to bring that bullshit over here.
I don't know where James at in that I don't know where Thunda is in that conversation. I never heard his
what conversation? Man, we call ourselves black before Unc even came around. Now all of a sudden we can't be black because Unc said so. And like we don't know what it means, just a phenotypical feature of human. Like, what are y'all doing? It ain't nothing wrong. We use it as a weapon to unify. Now we can't do that.
Race?
Somebody call my name.
See, that's the Eurocentric type of stuff. When you use something in a positive manner, now it's racism.
I'm asking you, are you talking about black as in race?
No, I'm not talking about it. I'm talking about it as a phenotypical feature in humans. That's what I'm talking about. You can't comprehend that? So what is a white person? If I said that to you, hold on. If I say somebody's white, is that saying am I being racist by saying they phenotypically look like they white as a human?
Are you
See,
saying
this is the type of dumb stuff. See, now don't even ask me no dumb questions like this because that's a dumb question to even answer.
Typically,
he's trying to tell you he's sick of you without telling you he's sick of you, Thunda.
Yeah, because you act like you dumb. You don't know what a phenotypical feature is. So if I say a panther is black, am I being racist?
James, are you saying that we are black?
Don't ask me no dumb questions, Thunda. I'm not answering dumb questions.
James, are you saying that we're black phenotypically?
You're just gonna keep asking.
I think it's a fair question because that's what he over here talking about. So I'm asking.
The spectrum of humans, yes.
It's a fair question to a nigga that ain't sick of your shit. He's sick of your shit. So you think it's a fair question? He's sick of you.
The Socratic seminar don't work on everybody.
Yeah, that's Socratic
don't work.
method.
What I'm trying to show, Thunder, is that somebody did this before, and we had the same person did something that was just crazy that we would have never even thought about in 1990 to be arguing about. We thought it was so man.
Remember, I was there.
Man, the same person is doing it again about something that we all universally know what we talking about, and we arguing again. It's crazy. Y'all don't get the common denominator in this.
Hey, James,
don't work.
Crazy.
What's the phenotype of a black person, James?
Hey, let me hop in. Let me jump in.
Hold on, Haskell. Let's get to that. What the phenotype of a black person?
I ain't said nothing in 20 minutes. I ain't said nothing in 20 minutes. Let me rock out. Let me get in there.
Yeah, so Brad, hey James, what's the phenotype of a black person?
Hey James don't mind tag teaming me in, bro. We match our archers, dog.
What's the phenotype of a black person?
I didn't know you was there.
Yeah. We clicked up, Thunda, so I can hop in. Let me answer the question for you, right? I'm gonna answer the question by giving you an example of a phenotypical index, right?
Now it is.
So in the nasal index, phenotypically they distinguish different type of noses by the length of the nose bridge versus the width of the nostrils, right? And in certain environments, typically drier environments, cold environments, you have a more streamlined nose as opposed to humid environments, you have like wider nostrils or whatever, right? And
Who are you referencing right now?
I could put I'll put a link in the chat.
No,
but
I'm asking you, what is the person that has the wider nose and the heat and the slip? Who you talking about?
Well, that would typically be, for lack of a better word, let's say infra-Saharan Africans are more typically known as sub-Saharan Africans, right?
Okay, good. So you said sub-Saharan Africans. Now, sub-Saharan Africans, black people?
Super Saharan.
Yeah, you
don't need me for this shit.
I like super Saharan. I don't like sub-Saharan. I like super Saharan.
That is powerful niggatry at work here.
Well, this would be Corey, for the motherfuckers in the bite, they would be infra-Saharan, right? So if we talking about infra-Saharan people, yeah, you could substitute black.
Why are they infra rather than super?
Infra is below, super is above. So super would be the North African countries.
Super just outside, basically.
Yeah, let me not get stuck right
there. But okay,
I'm
fine. I'm cool with the infra, but I just don't like the sub. So, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hey,
red herring fallacy. By the way, y'all didn't catch that. That was a red herring fallacy.
By the way, Corey. Shout out Shamaka Keita, because he the one that came up with those terms, by the way. I know you don't rock with him, just so you know. But anyway, Thunda. I don't have any issue with you substituting black. No problem with that.
Okay, you said black people have wider noses than white people. Who the white people got? They got the slimmer nose because they had a colder environment. That what you're saying?
That's a theory, and that's an anthropological theory. But the point is, when someone says phenotypical feature, I'm not even getting off into the racial part. It's just to substantiate or validate my brother James in saying that you know what a phenotypical feature is, and I'm giving you some examples here of how they make these classifications, regardless of race, right? So you have the hyperleptarine nose, you have the leptarine nose, the mesorine, the platarine, the hyperplatarine, right? So the hyperleptarine is the super slim nose, the hyperplatarine is the super wide nose, and then you have the meso, which is the middle, and all of that. So basically, suffice it to say, It's just classifications of physical features, and you know that. That's all James is saying.
What's the phenotypical features of a white person?
We're not talking about them.
Hey, stupid.
No, but why bringing up
phenotype of a
that?
white
We're
person?
talking about black. We're not
They
talking
don't
about
have
them.
black
We're
skin, I can tell you that.
Hey,
They got
stupid.
dark
we're
skin, I can
defining
bet you
black
that.
people. We're
What's
defining
the
black
phenotype of
people.
a white person?
Since you bring them up, since you are the one who bring them up, you should define them. You don't ask us to define what you brought
What's
up.
the phenotype of a white person?
We were not defining white people a while ago. We were
Hey, but
defining
James,
So you know what a
James
white
already
person
said
is?
it,
Hold
Thunda.
on. So you acknowledging that it is somebody called white people?
beautiful, James. Beautiful.
What's beautiful about that?
See, that's what I'm saying. You playing on here. So you know it's some white people around, but you want us to describe what they look like. But you already know what they look like.
And you
So why you asking us dumb
Black
questions?
Allergy Power Rangers are assembled.
That's crazy. So
It
you
ain't
don't
no
know what
white
white
people
people look like.
believe
That's so you want
that.
you
I'm
say
just gonna
you
tell you
don't know
that
what
right
they look
now.
like, so you want us to describe them to you. Ain't you on planet Earth?
What's the phenotype of a white person, James?
You brought it to the
They
conversation.
look like crocodiles. That's what they look like. They look like crocodiles. That's what you want me to tell you. See what I'm saying?
You know
Like, what are you
James?
doing?
Is it
James,
white
you know
people in
what?
the
They
Middle
look
East?
like
James?
polar bears.
Hey, James.
Like, what do you want me to do?
James. Hey, James, you know what, James? Check this out, right? He gaslighting, but I'm going to go ahead and indulge him, right?
Yeah, let
So
me
the
hear
main
that.
feature, the main definitional feature would be pale skin. There you go. Now what?
Pale skin? You say ain't no black people got pale skin, right?
No.
No, he did not say that.
So you talking about albinoism? So understands that African people can have albinoism. So he understands. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, I know he gonna run.
He said the main definitional feature.
Hey, Chef. Hey, Chef. I already know. Hey, Chef. Hold on, Thunda. Hold on, Thunda. Hey, Chef. I already know he gonna. Hey, Chef. I already know he gonna run to the albino. Bro, will you shut up for a second, bro? Just be quiet for a little bit, bro. Let somebody else talk, bro.
Somebody got to humble out now. Come on.
Hey, Chef, I knew he was going to run to the albino thing. White people. Bro, can you stop talking when I'm talking?
And then Thunder, your microphone is terrible. Something wrong with your microphone, Thunder.
So, Chef,
somebody got to humble out now.
Hey, Chef, I knew he was going to run to the albino thing, right? But I said confidently, as a gotcha moment, but I said a thing is defined by the majority or what's mainly that thing, not outliers. Albinos are outliers.
What is the phenotype of a white person? Let me give you another try.
He already answered it.
Pale skin.
Pale skin, right?
Now, how do you?
That's one, but that's the main.
So
I would say that's the main. That's the main definitional feature, but it's not limited to that.
Do black people have pale skin? Yes or no?
No.
No.
Okay, good.
Not in general.
All right.
No.
So you just learning this Thunder? Hold on, you just figuring this out?
The main feature of black people. If you describe black people, you would not describe pale skinned people. Thunder, check it out.
Do you have pale skin, Chef?
No, we don't.
You don't have pale skin, Chef?
No, I don't have no fucking pale skin.
That's shameful. Now he trying to be disrespectful, Chef. He don't understand that we come in a spectrum of from worse Chef at to darker. That's all it is. Just like Kim, it's from a certain amount of brown toward very dark. Same rules, different times. We've been doing this, son.
Is he standing next to me or
That nigga said, do you got pale skin?
From Chef skin color and coming on up, right? That was saying.
Yeah, we got a spectrum. They already know this. I mean, like I said, this is just. I guess this is just for jokes. I mean,
black people don't have pale skin. Generally, white folk do though.
They just hold up. These folks, they just added Italians probably a little bit before we got here. They was in the black category probably up until 1920.
James, so anything lighter than chef, they white, right?
No, it's gonna because you got people that's lighter than chef that's still black. But you got some once you get a little bit phenotypically start looking like stringy hair, blue eyes and stuff like that, then you're not black no more. You can have we can just start showing people who procreated and procreated themselves and have white children right now. Okay, pull up Patrick Mahomes' daddy, then pull up Patrick Mahomes, and then pull up his child. And then and by the time you get to the child is no longer black. You know that?
Does Patrick Mahomes have pale skin?
Yeah, he's pale skin. But he's not. Just because he's 50% European and 50% black, you can see it.
Does Patrick Mahomes have pale skin? Yes or no?
He does to me, but he's not pale to the point of being a European. You can see it up in his features. You can see it in his hair texture. You can see it in his features. His nose, you can see it. But he's ad mixed. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with being ad mixed. By the way,
he's mixed.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being mixed if that's what you are. Like, see, but y'all take this into a racist type of when you want to have an honest conversation, it's like you can't have an honest conversation with grown men.
I call it a false dichotomy, but they call it, what was it, true as that y'all said it was, a false dilemma, right? You setting up a false dilemma.
False dilemma.
Right?
False dilemma.
Yeah, is he
it ain't nothing false about it. I'm asking you simply,
is he black or white? That's what you're asking. And I'm saying he's mixed. So what you're doing is setting up a false dilemma, right? You're trying to set up a false dilemma.
Hey, let me ask you this, Corey. Is he black or white?
That's a false
dilemma.
That
person right there looking at him, phenotypically, he's white. So we can't say even if he got mixed parents that he's white.
He's clearly mixed.
That's a white boy. That's a white boy.
That's a white boy.
There you go. Just phenotypically.
His father is more than 50% white. That's a boy from Knicks who went to.
I don't know that.
Thunda.
I thought it was just
I can try something like that.
I assumed his daddy
was
black. So
his daddy is mixed. His daddy is mixed.
Yeah, see, that's going to give you an even different percentage. If his father's already mixed and then he marries, just look at Patrick Mahomes. That's all you got to do. You can look at Patrick Mahomes. That's a better representation.
If you want to claim all of these octoroons,
you should have used like Stephen Curry or Zach LaVine. You should have used it.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Using these octoroons and these quadroons.
Let me talk through it. Let me cook. Let me pull that one up here. And you burning down.
Listen.
Thunda.
No, let me say something to Thunda. Thunda, I use the South African definition of race. Thunda, I still use the South African definition of race. So don't be bringing up any colored people up here and asking if they're black. Because in South Africa, those people not black. I'm using the South African definition, and you are using the American definition. All right? So we use two different definitions. So don't bring up any colored people, right? I'm using the South African definition, right? And you're using the American, right?
Thunder's too calm. He's setting y'all up. Y'all
setting up.
Thunda is not intelligent enough to set nobody up. Just trust me.
We just went over the false dichotomy.
Right.
He's trying, though. He's trying.
The false dilemma.
He's trying.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Just do that. Cause see what I'm saying? Look.
You want to do this again?
That's a nice colored girl right there. That's a nice colored girl. That's Meghan Markle. right?
Well, see, boy, hold on.
How
come I can't hear Thunder that good?
Yeah.
Something's wrong with Thunder.
Yeah,
That's Meghan Markle.
She with us. She with us. All right,
Oh,
she with
why
us.
says why claiming
She with us.
her mother's mixed? Meghan Markle mother's mixed, and her father's white. She's a colored girl. She's a
I don't know
colored
what
girl.
her parentage is, but
No, I know
see,
what
looking at her
parentage.
phenotypically, see, we had a term for this, right? Y'all remember the term? Let's say it all together. Passing. Remember that term? Passing. So what does that word passing mean, Thunder? Break that down for us. What did Thunder mean? What does passing mean, Thunder?
Hey, skin face. Does she have pale skin?
Yeah, but is she black? In South Africa, would she be black? In Jamaica, would she be black? In Trinidad, would she be black? In England, would she be black?
In America,
In
like
Trinidad, she's black.
Is she black? That's a nice little colored girl.
man, they totally disown they whole family behind this broad. But either which way it go, that's only because she got a percentage of black in her. She's not fully black. See what I'm saying? But that's just how they get down. So that's how you are. See, Dr. Clarkson already, see, Reggie, see, Dr. Clarkson already told us about this type of stuff. And then y'all don't even go back and listen to the ancestors and the elders when they already tell you we shouldn't even be having this type of argument based on what we already aware of.
And can I say something real quick? Can I get on my soapbox real quick?
Yeah, let me do that.
All right, so give me like 60 seconds here, guys. Right? We have a gentleman in the chat. We have a gentleman in the chat by the name of Anathema Buddha, and I just want to show something real quick of how kind of mentally, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say deranged. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, right? But anyway, we were having a discussion in the chat when we were talking about African science, and he is basically expressing a little disdain for this idea that. Hold on. Remember, I'm on my soapbox. That means nobody talk. Let me rock out for 60 seconds, right? So
we was on this first. We'll get the little soapbox later. Is he black or white?
You sound muffled, Thunder.
Is he black or white? Which one?
We already know he mixed. Like, why? So, like, you can't erase that.
He's generationally mixed. But we already
answered the question for him. He mixed.
Yeah,
go ahead.
But let me rock out real quick, Thunder, please. So anyway, so in the chat, the discussion got around to because the African science thing, he's kind of perturbed by it. This idea that we venerate African science and all of that stuff, right? Basically, the blackologist argument, he's kind of averse to it. Okay, anyway, the discussion got around to the fact he says John Locke, right? The American, I believe he was a philosopher or a politician or whatever he was, right? John Locke he said that our natural rights that we have as human beings, we owe a debt of gratitude to John Locke, right? Hold on. Much more so than any African, right? Okay. So I showed to him that in 1236, the Mandan Charter, right, the Mali Empire, stated that a life is a life. They abolished slavery, and it established human rights way before Locke, right? He counters with, "Oh no, that's just for the state. It didn't apply to all people like John Locke," right? So you see the same pattern keep being repeated when it comes with a lot of our people. When it comes to the African or black thing, somehow it gets marginalized, right? But with the white thing, that's the right thing, right? So now I'm almost done. Check this out about John Locke, right? The nigga who Anathema says his Declaration of Natural Rights was for everybody, right? Okay. John Locke, despite promoting natural rights, held views that supported white supremacy, racial inequality, and the enslavement of African people.
His labor theory of property justified colonial seizure of indigenous land, while his involvement in slave trading companies and the Carolina colony directly profited from the Atlantic slave trade. Locke argued that uncultivated land was vacant or a state of nature, disregarded Native American land use, which justified European acquisition. He is criticized for enabling race-based persecution by treating African individuals as subnatural or subhuman, distinguishing them from his theories on natural rights for white Europeans. So anathema, just so we're clear, his natural rights did not extend to me and your black ass like you're claiming, nigga. And the Mandan Charter was absolutely applicable to all humans. It wasn't just relegated to the kingdom of Mali. Okay? You niggas and Brass hates the word. He hates the word, but I gotta use it. Okay? Fuck all the intellectual shit. Use a motherfucking coon, nigga. That's all that's going on. Same shit with this fat, greasy nigga on the panel.
Okay, you get that off? All right, cool. Is LaMelo Ball black or white? Which one?
LeBron Ball mother is white. He's
I
mixed.
asked you, is LaMelo Ball black?
He's mixed. He's mixed.
Next.
So white people have pale skin and mixed people? That what y'all saying?
Hey, Haskell. Did you say all shit just to call anathema? Did you do that whole thing just so you could justify?
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, because he is. Yes.
That's like you were the highlight. You were the highlight of the logical fallacy show. We mentioned your name.
I don't have no problem with that. I'll wear that.
No.
Because
It was in compliment. But there's got to be better words than that because you just shut off the conversation.
No, you can't get better than that. That's the best word.
Hold on, Stoopies.
Stop, Stu, with the battery and shit.
Brass. Words have usage, they don't have definition, right? When you use the N-word and Reggie took offense, right? You said to Reggie, Reggie, this is in a cultural context and a time period context with people of my generation and how we use the word. I get that from your right, exactly.
Okay, but
So
then
I get it,
today, hold on. But then today, if you're gonna recognize that, I don't want to change the conversation. Well, you're gonna recognize that. I called him an old ass nigga today and stopped and apologized out of respect. Immediately before he could even. I said him and yeah, I did. But I apologized before.
Why you call Reggie? Oh, what?
I don't want to. We go back to we was talking about Social Security points and shit and all of that, and then I got ahead of myself. My shadow was in front of me, and I apologized before he could even say it because I remembered in my mind like, yeah, he don't like that, whether it's cultural or not. I'm saying, if you want to, do you want to have a dialogue with Buddha? If not, then if you saying fuck it, I don't want to talk about it, say what you want. But if it's supposed to lead to some kind of dialogue, you just shut it off.
Nah. I got mine off, man. I'm good. I'm satiated, brother.
I'm gonna say pause 3 times. I'm gonna say pause 3 times at least. But go ahead, y'all go ahead and get back to it. I have nothing to do with the Black Egypt conversation. I can't help or moderate because I don't know who's saying.
You know what, Brass? You know what it is though, right? Yeah. A lot of us suffer from some real bad hubris, right? And when I was pointing out, what's the name, anathema, it really applies to a lot of these people.
Right.
A lot of our people and our thinking. You know what I'm saying? They just look at anything having to do with Africa, Black, as less than. Like they've internalized that, right? Yeah. And so he's just emblematic of that, and I felt the need to call it out because
so can I be a jerk for a minute, Haskell? Does this have anything to do with said nigga? Because he don't mind nobody calling him a nigga. Does this have anything to do with said nigga saying if we was back in slavery times, that he would make the fucking shackles? Does this have anything to do with that? I'm just asking. I'm asking, is that anywhere in the back of your motherfucking mind?
Yeah,
because I think we all forgave him and we understood where he was coming from. But I think some people in here ain't let the shit go. But if that's what you still on, he explained himself.
Let me answer, Preston. Anathema. Hold on,
Reggie. You don't have to speak for me, man. We can defend yourself, man. Yo, what the man I want to talk about?
Yeah, Anathema. Let me answer, Preston.
And then the floor will be yours. Hold on. And then the floor will be yours. Let him finish, and then the floor will be yours.
Yeah, let me answer your question, Brass, right? So when I deal with other human beings, my interactions is never based on a sentence or one thing or one opinion on a thing that a person says or does, right? It's based on a pattern of behavior, right? And there's a clear psychological profile when it comes to anathema, right? I'll give you another example. I had cited the Haitian Revolution as something that I find to be particularly redeeming. I found it to be a redeeming history in regards to Black people, right? And anathema said, "Oh, you just like Dessalines because he killed all these white people." Right, so it's a consistent pattern. He had so much disdain for me.
I don't think he said that. I don't think he said that.
Go ahead, though, Anathema.
I don't think I know he ain't said that.
He did something along those lines.
To contextualize the point, this man has so much rage against white people that it biases. He can't see the point of the argument. The reason I brought up John Locke is because we live more in the wake of John Locke. And it's about the individual. I brought up the rights of the individual. It doesn't matter what his personal philosophy was and what that was extended to. That went into Western psychology and thought. And he believes in the individual and individual freedoms, even so much so that they superimpose that on African peoples. They don't even allow African peoples to have agencies outside the context of these Western concepts of freedom and individualism and liberty that they have interpreted. When he goes back and he brings up the Mandinka thing, it's to counteract what he supposes as an argument in favor of white people when I'm talking about the rhetoric and the influence. You're more influenced by that statements from John Locke than you are by anything that happened in the Mandinka Empire, and that was an Islamic invasion brought into Africa to pacify and change the attitudes of the indigenous peoples of tribalism. So it was still a convergence, a confluence of ideas that wasn't specifically indigenous African, and it was not extended to everybody. They did not get rid of slavery. What they got rid of was cruelty in the slavery and regulated the practices because they were Muslims. And I actually teach the story of Thunda at Zayex. I teach it in my classroom. I literally teach the Battle of Krina. I teach all of these things. So for you to get on here to espouse that, twist the argument because you're so full of rage and bias that you can't see the points that I'm trying to elucidate when I bring about the limited rhetoric that you apply when you have that fucking perspective. Go on and do what y'all do, but don't ever get on here and try and negate me with your fucking bullshit ass rant that has no intellectual capacity to even communicate with anything I can fucking say because it's never been in the classroom and you don't have no fucking education to even talk to me push forward. So stop being with me if you don't like how to talk. Just walk up there and allow me. Yeah.
Talk to this nigga! Talk to All right, so Anathema, your position is that because these people pretty much only relegate what they were doing.
Did he say elucidate? Did he use elucidate? That was high as hell, man. God.
Yeah. So Anathema, basically what I'm taking for what you're saying is the fact that they didn't completely eradicate slavery, the fact that it was a convergence of cultures or whatever that led to that, that means that it wasn't, it isn't
the argument versus the individual.
Hold on.
When somebody when against any type of straight propagation, what don't you get?
Hold on, you gotta let me get it out though. I'll let you talk. right? So your argument is basically that John Locke's principles are more analogous to the notions of human rights that we know of today in 2026 versus whatever was elucidated in the Mandinka kingdom. Is that the basic premise?
Understand those rights in concord to and reference to what you know from John Locke. Because you're in the wake of that. You're in the wake of the individual. The Mandinka was not about the individual. It was not. It was about the kingdom. It was a charter. John Locke is against chartering rights. You don't have to charter rights. These are two different philosophical ways of approaching the rights of what we call human rights. There was no concept of human rights. There was concepts of subject within the realm of the mansa. Whether they were in the kingdom or vassals of the kingdom or people engaged in trade with the kingdom, they would have to come under the auspices and the rules and the mandates of the mansa.
Okay, so it was relegated to the kingdom. That's your position. Okay, stay right there. I'm going to source.
No, it was a state practice. It was chartered by a state versus individual rights that need no chartering nor protection from the state. These are two philosophical different positions. One position you have inherited because you believe that the individual has agency.
Go ahead, keep talking. I'm going to source up and show you that you're wrong.
Okay, all right, okay, man. You source and Google, man. I don't like to Google scholar. I'm not Googling shit.
Like Google, can you explain to the people?
Like if you you don't even see Thunda, you don't even know who Suman Uru is, huh? You don't really know the story of Thunda. Do you know the real story? Have you read the actual? Have you read the fucking the story of Thunda?
Hey, anathema.
Hey, why the fuck are you talking to me while you're Googling?
I read the story of Thunda Keita. What about?
He said he's gonna find some information. He'll be right back, anathema.
Motherfucker that tried to disparage me and call me out of my name and call me coon and all of this, B. We're having an intellectual discussion, and I'm asking, can he have a fucking discussion without Googling shit? Has he ever had an interaction with this material before there was a fucking thing called Google? And no, he hasn't. He was not engaged in this shit 10, 15 years ago. No. So really, I don't want to have a discussion, and he shouldn't be trying to disparage my perspective. Fuck you. If you don't like my perspective, just hear that. But don't call me the cool tonight because I don't get up here and disparage you, nigga. I never have. I don't say shit about you. I don't even mention you because I don't rate you intellectually. And my mother always taught me when you don't rate people, don't say shit about them. So fuck you. Period. Now I'm out of here. If you want to.
All right, have a good day.
I don't
All right, bye, Coon.
Nobody like Coon no more.
Okay, bye, Coon. Bye. All right. So now I got the source, right? It says the Mandan Charter and the political philosophy of John Locke are comparable in their focus on individual rights and social harmony, but they differ significantly in their context, origins, and foundational philosophy. While both are viewed as early proponents of human rights, the Mandan Charter is rooted in oral tradition, social contracts, and social harmony within the Mali Empire, while Locke's work is grounded in natural law, property rights, and a Western framework of liberty, individual liberty against state power. So both of them are in context of the state that they're in. Somebody got background.
Oh, sorry. I was playing a coon song for. I was playing some coon song. I was playing some coon song for anathema. You know,
y'all Jamaican brother, what y'all doing?
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
We're not like Thunda. You could be our friend or our family. You're cool.
Kendrick Lamar.
Hey,
go ahead, Haskell.
So anathema came. Y'all heard anathema after his rant say that the Mandan Charter was not about individual rights, right? It was about the Mansa and all this bullshit, right? It clearly says the Mandan Charter covers topics such as the right to life, individual freedom, equality, food security, and social harmony. It was about the individual. Okay? The fact that the cultural context that it sprung out of was the Mali Empire, but the cultural context that John Locke's principles flowered out of was the American or the Western state. So they both are state. They both come out of that. You know, they both come out of cultural context. So what makes one legit and the other illegitimate? Right? They're both about individual rights. God, man. And that's my thing with you, Anathema. I'll never say your name again, bro. I just think everything is not an intellectual discussion. My opinion on you is that your behavior is that of a coon. And I'm not taking that back. That's what you are, bro.
All right, well, now we got that back out the way. I'll never say this again, but were y'all done with Black Egypt? Is it possible y'all can go back to that? Or are y'all done?
No, but this wasn't Black Egypt. This wasn't Black Egypt. Don't minimize us.
No, I said before this. Stupid.
Okay.
Before this, they were discussing Black Egypt. That's all I'm saying.
Let me just say, Brass, I brought that up as just to show continuance of what's going on here with the science argument. It is the same argument. Yeah, I just want you said that, do we want to end it? I'm just saying that I brought it up just to show put documentation down that the same person is doing the same thing in a different argument. So that should give a lot of people on this panel and listening, that's just a clue as to what may be the problem in the conversation, because we all been on this planet at least probably, I'm assuming, 30 years. We've all been educated differently. Doesn't mean that you have to degrade somebody else because of that, because a lot of people are self-taught. Nothing wrong with that. A lot of us been miseducated. Let's talk about that. The miseducation that we was provided. So we all had to go through a relearning phase on certain topics to try to understand our situation. That's what it is. They're not supposed, from what I know, they're not supposed to educate you the right way. They send you on this trajectory, so you have to be confused and arguing like we're doing right now. But it should not be like on basic conversation about phenotypically what is the African person. We can't be this slow. When we start to talk about science, we can't be this slow to where we're arguing about the word science, knowing that the word has an etymology in the history. Well, you can just simply look this stuff up. People are talking about being scientifically literate. We got modern scientific tools now. But then when you use those tools are discredited by who? See what I'm saying? You can't discredit what the sources say, and everybody's putting up the same thing. The science, modern science is just a compound word for science. But the word science predates modern. Like, we ain't this dumb. So we shouldn't be having this type of, it's really just disrespectful to us all to be even arguing about something this simplistic. And I end right there.
No. But
I'm not finished with the Black Egypt.
Hold on. Can I say something, please?
Yes.
Can I say something before the Black Egypt?
Let's do it, Reggie.
I've conceded the fact because Thunda came on here and said I'm stupid because I ran. And I realized that I'm stupid because I don't believe in people in modern science being the only science. I don't believe that people, the descriptor black only applied to persons who came off the slave ship in North America, right? I don't believe that. But somebody's here coming up now, showing up pictures, asking if people who according to the one-drop rule is black in America, but wouldn't be black in more than 75% of the places in the world, to back up them stupid friend. What Askel just showed is an example. We don't play with stupid. We don't play with stupid. So if you're stupid and you have stupid arguments, we're going to call you out. Right? We're going to call you out. We're not going to come on a panel and act like I don't have a stupid friend and play with stupid people. Thunda coming here now playing with stupid people and coming here asking us to justify our arguments against a stupid Negro. And that is disingenuous to the highest order.
Go Thunder.
We don't play with stupid. I'll call them out. And you see it. That's an example of what we expect a man to do. If he don't want to do it publicly, him call him stupid friend one side and say, stupid friend, stop the stupidity. Because me defending you is looking just as stupid as you are. Right? That's why I'm willing to move on from it. Because I don't play with stupid. But continue playing with stupid.
Okay. That was good.
Hold on. In all honesty, Reggie was next. Unless y'all about to have.
I would be short. I'll be short. I promise. No, the Black Egypt conversation, though it's not particular to this conversation, I don't think that it's ended. My thinking is that I don't call anybody black unless they call themselves black in their own language. So if they never said that they were black in any of the languages that they use, then that's not an attribute that they're not using. So we can't go back in the future and then come back and now say what they are. So with Kemet, or because we use the word Kemet, there is a word that has a relationship to a color, but much more. But that's
I'm sorry, Reggie, but what would be the problem with calling someone something retroactively? Like, what would be the problem if they fit the characteristic of the term? What would be the problem with responsibly calling them the term retroactive?
Right. My point was
real quick, Rich, before you go, I want to give an addendum to. I want to give a quick addendum to what the brother said. Right. I want to give an example. I saw a statuette of Nefertiti. Right. And when I saw the statuette, I said, "Damn, she's thick as fuck." Now, the Egyptians didn't have no concept of a woman being thick, but does that mean she wasn't thick? Because they didn't use that, or they didn't have that type of terminology?
Well, they did have it's an attribute of a way a person looks like, and they did have descriptions of people, maybe not her directly, but they did. The question is did that particular culture venerate that term and have a specific name for it that they use in their writing, in their textual, that we can see?
No, but did you hear Truist's question though?
I'll give an example. I did. And why do you keep cutting in when I'm talking? I did.
Yeah, but what you're saying isn't answering his question. You're missing the point.
I'm not missing the point. I'm saying retroactively, right? I can't stop a person from doing, calling themselves, calling a group of people black, but I need to see why in their argument, the retroactive argument, that they are. What part of that didn't I understand? I'm saying that the way I would do it was,
brother, I was just saying if they fit the characteristics of what the
criteria
we know.
Why do you keep cutting him off?
I don't understand. I just don't understand this. Are you talking about a skin climb, or are you talking about a culture?
Well, so for example,
stupid,
wait. For example, hold on. For example, so in different cultures, right? In 2026, black different characteristics depending on the culture you're talking about. I'm saying in American culture, if an American historian, with the understanding of what blackness is here in America, looks to certain sub-Saharan groups in Africa, right, that may not have called themselves black in their language, right, but still fit the characteristics of what an American historian could responsibly call black. Just like, right, Harriet Tubman didn't call herself an African American, but American historians could comfortably retrofit the term onto Harriet Tubman because she fits all the qualifications of what an African American is. So you can retroactively call her that responsibly. So I'm saying when we're using terms like black or even scientist, right? Scientist wasn't used in Newton's lifetime, but responsible historians can retrofit the term onto him because he fits all of the qualifiers of it. So that's just kind of what I'm alluding
Okay,
to.
I heard that, and I answered that. So then we have to. So then I said we would have to look at the culture, right, to find out the attributes that are being retroactively fitted, right? We would have to find that. So, and to see what they said themselves, right? So if we don't do that, then we are retrofitting a concept that we feel comfortable with a culture that didn't take that as important.
But
Yeah,
they
but
couldn't
there's no,
say
but
that
wait
no
a second,
because they
Stupies,
didn't
but
understand
there's
the
no,
concept.
wait, Stupies, but there's no problem with doing that. Just like I said with the Harriet Tubman example, right? African American was not a term that existed in her lifetime or that they used, but we can responsibly retrofit it onto her and people in her time because retrofitting isn't always a bad thing. Sometimes retrofitting can be done responsibly by historians. It's not
Well,
always
the term
bad.
African American, I disagree, Louis, and I do respect you, right?
Yeah.
I respect you. So I will talk to you. The term African American came before Harriet Tubman. So
The term African American came before Harriet Tubman.
Yes.
The term African
Was
American.
it, wait,
So they
even
were,
if I,
no.
if I, wait, hold on,
Yeah,
Stupies. Even if I, so brother, Reggie, I'm not, even if I agreed with you, right? Let's say it did. Was it used in her culture, in her lifetime? Like, was it a term that was used in writing or to define herself? Did she use it? Did the people around her use it? Were some of the slaves she was being freeing, were they called that term? Like, even if the term obscurely popped up elsewhere, right? Was it a common term for the people group she belonged to?
Okay. Okay, so in the sermon to for the capture of Cornwallis, right? So that deals with the roughly I guess the period around 1812, right? It was a widely separated, widely used. It was a widely used term in publications. Whether she applied herself as an African American, we would have to see what in her biographic statement she called herself, right? There's always a dilemma and a duality about where a particular person is in their education and in their but we do have, I guess, biographical statements on her, right? One is that whether she did or not, the fact of the matter is one of her great grandparents she knew was African, right? And the fact of the matter is that she lived in America. But the criteria is my criteria is looking at the culture to see if it even mattered. So, but getting back to Black Egypt, in the culture, okay, you got somebody got something to say? Because I was trying to finish. Go ahead.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean the culture part? Break that down for me.
Culture is the language. Culture is the writing. Culture is habits, right? So in Egypt, what we call Egypt, we have their writing. So that's
okay.
So we would look specifically for attestations.
So hold up, Reggie. They didn't venerate black?
Who didn't?
The ancient Egyptians?
Yeah, I said that they did.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I'm just trying to make sure that we was on point because, like, we could look at it and go, so they already did because I think maybe we may be getting confused because it kind of sounds like you have some objectivity to them using the term.
I did not.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure because I think that's what they kind of pushing back on. Let me do that.
What he's saying is we have to see the word being used in some aspect in their culture and practice for him to be comfortable with applying the word black to them, right? And he's saying the ancient Kemetic people did use the word in their own way in their culture.
Yes, they absolutely did. And so now if I analyze another culture, I can't speak. So look, I mean,
yo, he said they did, and that was Chef.
Didn't you just say that you've known Chef for a very long time?
Yeah.
Weren't you just waiting on him to say that they didn't at some point, bro? You have to be waiting on it. Like, there's no way you're about to fall for that.
I don't like when you do that, Reggie. When you come on these panels, everyone here allows you to wax. Everyone here allows you to wax poetic and invoke your intellectual and educational superiority and the fact that you write and you can go on and on and on. And then just because someone interjects a word edgewise, no one lets you speak. That's not true. Every time you come on a panel, the discussion inevitably always ends up being centered around you all the time, and we indulge you. So I don't like when you do that, Reggie. Like, please stop doing that. We let you speak, brother.
Wait, first of all, I was speaking and I was interrupted. And then for 3
that's a
minutes,
fact.
we went on this dialogue. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Haskell.
We all get interrupted. We all get interrupted. This idea that nobody lets you speak is not true. You go on and on and on and on and on.
I was talking about that I was trying to make my point and I was interrupted. So now it's hard for me to pick up.
I just said that wasn't true. You can continue. I just wanted to put that note there. You dig what I'm saying? That wasn't, we wasn't in agreement with that 100%.
Yeah, Reggie, don't say nobody don't let you. Don't say people don't let you talk, Reg. We let you rock out, bro. Don't do that.
That's fine.
Man, he wasn't even talking to you. I sound like a damn hit dog is hollering. Shut the fuck up. Let that man finish.
I was trying to talk.
I'm not even going to say nothing, bro. I'm not even going to say nothing. Go ahead, Reggie.
I'm trying to talk to Truist about the
y'all niggas is crazy, man. Go ahead, Reggie.
Fat stinking nigga, man. Go ahead, man.
I was trying to talk about the attributes that we should use in the conversation, not that the conversation, and that's why Pan-African James jumped in, because I was just generally talking about the attributes, and I was not giving a final point in my discussion. But I did, except for I know that the people in that culture did in fact use a word that's synonymous to black, the culture, the color. But I think they did more. But there are cultures around them that don't necessarily, we don't have any evidence directly that they in fact revered or venerated that color or had cultural connections to the color. Thank you.
Yeah, Truist's point though is that all of that's irrelevant. You know, whether or not a people identified using a similar concept or a same word is irrelevant so long as the physical criteria or whatever criteria is met. Like, that's it.
Yeah, like another perfect example of an African group that I think nobody would argue wasn't black, is the Zulus. Like, I'm not aware of any self-identifier the Zulu people use to call themselves black or anything of such, but no historian would argue whether or not the Zulus were black. And I don't think anyone on this panel would argue that the Zulus were black.
They
just
would.
Because
They would. You'd be surprised.
so I don't think.
Yo, that's crazy.
My
niggas will
culture,
argue. These niggas will argue anything that sounds smart.
so I have
That
a
was
counter
funny
to
right
that.
there, Thunder.
Switch
Oh, whoever
boxes.
said that was great.
So I have a counter to that. If everybody that they saw around them, right, prior
Oh
to
boy.
the Europeans, okay, so I you know, every
No,
time I
Reggie, I'm listening to you, brother.
Everybody stop. Reggie, they're fucking with you, and they've been fucking with you. But as soon as you stop talking, it worked.
But I can't hear myself.
No, go now. You can hear yourself now. Go, brother. Go.
So my counter to Truist is when you have cultures that all they see is uh their own people in various skin color clients, right? They don't think that it's important to say to make a point about being black, because that's all that they're saying in the advent of before the Europeans. So I would look in my points that I would make, wrong or right, because I'm having a conversation with people that I respect, right? I would look for those attributes and I would argue what is known about whether or not they revered it. And so you can retrofit it in a modern way, but that would be wrong because you could be retrofitting other attributes about them being stupid, non-scientific.
Man, what?
You could retro. That's what the Europeans did. That's
What are you
fact.
talking about?
I am. You don't understand what I'm talking about. That's okay. What I'm just trying to say is that if you use that method, then you have to deal with the methods of the European colonists and enslavers that said negative things about the people, right? Based on their skin color. So I think I would need more.
No, you don't.
To make my point. Who's talking?
No, you don't.
Oh,
So
that's
because
No, that
it's
would be
Haskell.
So brother Reggie, I hear. Hold on, Haskell. So brother Reggie, I hear what you're.
And he's fucking with you again. Stop.
No,
Wait,
I'm
let me
actually not.
let me
I'm
just say
actually
this
not
real quick.
messing with him, Brass. I'm
Let me say this
serious.
real quick,
What he
Haskell.
said, what he
Hold
just
on, hold
said
on.
a while ago. Go ahead, True.
Yeah, hold on, because I'm gonna be quick. So, brother Reggie, I hear what you're saying because I understand all of the negative connotations that come with the characteristic of blackness that quite frankly, is a Western creation to a degree as we know it today. But what I am saying is the other dangerous side of this is if we use the standard that we have to find them calling themselves black in some aspect within their own language and culture to call them black today comfortably, then we would be eliminating most of indigenous Africa from being identifiably black. Because I would argue,
it's a danger.
I would say, most of indigenous Africa did not identify themselves as black. And it might be for the reason you just said, because when most of them looked around, they saw nothing but black people.
All right. So let me say this real quick, True.
But hold on, though.
The reason why I said that is that James?
Right after that, James. Right after
yeah,
that.
Okay, I'm gonna go out the house.
Yeah. So Brass, when I expressed, like, I was truly confused. It's not to mess with him.
Go ahead.
Reggie
I can't
just
follow this conversation. I don't know what y'all
Reggie just said that if you retroactively or if you retrofit the term black to someone in the ancient past that fits the physical criteria, then you must also retrofit the attendant racial deterministic bullshit that the Europeans put with black. Like, you have to. No, you do not. Says who? Yeah, no. Like it's an inane argument. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, you
Go
always
ahead.
have to argue the counterpoint. You always have to argue the counterpoint point, and in and sometimes one point wins over. So if you when I'm always conscious of the counterpoint when I'm having a conversation. So the fact of the matter is, taking out what the modern people say about the people, I would look into a culture to say what they said about themselves, right?
So if I call somebody black today, right? If I say Stu Peas is black, then do I also have does the blackness also carry all the racialistic baggage when I'm applying it to Stu Peas? It must, if your logic is consistent.
No,
right?
No.
Oh, only when it's
No.
retrofitted do we have to carry the bullshit with it.
Right. So,
but in modern terms, if I call somebody black, it doesn't also carry all the other racialist, deterministic stuff. That's logically inconsistent, Reggie. You do see that, right?
no, I don't, because what for my first measure would be to look at what the people did, their culture, independent of anything else, right? I would look at the culture itself to see if they venerated, used, right, that word to identify themselves. Again, we were talking about Black Egypt, so the conversation became narrow. I used that as a launching point to look at other cultures close to them, like the Nahes groups of people, to try to figure out, or to say that we should see if we can analyze what they thought about themselves and their culture. But we do know that the culture that we call ancient Egypt, they did venerate, they did use it for their deities, they did use it for animals, the Apis bull, the Bacchus bull, the Moneris bull, right? So we did know that they actually have a term that's pretty popular, which is Kim. There are other cultures that all they did was see themselves into the advent of the Arabs and the Romans and later the Europeans. And so then, so I have to ask myself, is it a thing with these groups of people? A thing, a thing with them, an adjective, a noun, right? A usage, an application. If I don't see that, then okay, I say, okay, I don't see that. Now then it's what other groups are calling these groups of people when they encounter them. So like the Romans encountering the Roman art on Africa. I know that the Romans now are giving an attribute, but then I have to check to see if that attribute was found within their own culture, or it was being called because the Romans were writing. And that's really all that I am saying. I'm just telling you what my methodology is.
I hear you, brother Reggie, but understand, if that's the method, then we can't call Newton a scientist.
We can't
If,
call
like
what?
if that method is the method, then we can't call Newton a scientist. Because the
We
only
can't
way
call
we
who a
can
scientist?
Newton. Because the only way we can the only way we can call him a scientist is retrofitting. And that's where that's why I did the whole show on why retrofitting is not always a negative thing. You can do it historically, you can do it in a responsible way.
I thought your presentation was a great presentation. And as a matter of fact, I will never debate Ankh, because I think I have no respect for him. But I do think that you would be better in debating him. You what you said is it can positively be done.
Yes.
And I don't disagree that it can't be done positively. But what I am just trying to say is, in not retrofitting, but actually looking at the culture itself to get out all of the attributes to make the point whether you can retrofit it or not. But
Brother Reggie, we don't have enough. We don't have enough. Real quick, Hassel. We don't have enough indigenous cultures in Africa that do that, for that to be the standard. And that's what I said. Like, if that is the standard, we'd be eliminating probably like 80% of Africa from being black.
Okay, if you want to retrofit it, if you want to retrofit it, then like we need a standard of retrofitting it, right?
Mhm.
Well, our if you go around and ask people what blackness means around this panel, you'll get diverging views. So there's not one definition of being black, right?
Man,
And
hold
some
on
people
though.
are the
African people in hold on. Modern African people right now acknowledge that they black. You can
That's
do it
I'll
on,
be
you
right
go on
back, y'all.
YouTube
I'll be
right
right back.
now,
but
and
that's
they gonna be
modern,
like, yeah,
man.
we all
James.
black, and this is what we on.
But that's
Yeah,
modern.
James. He talking about the past though, James. He talking
Yeah,
about
I'm not
Yeah, but
talking
hold
about.
on. Even if we went back to the past,
Hey,
we
you
start
were
off
saying
with hold on. Just let me just say
Hell
something.
no.
We start off with
James
Hell
right.
no, nigga.
James
we
right.
start off with what
James.
they started talking about black. Whether it's been an animal or anything, they had a word for it, which was Kim. Whether you got the
Wow.
hold on, you got those cows right there in your avatar there, and all of those cows got a name by them, and it's based on color. So they didn't even need humans to figure out what was black and what wasn't. But was for some reason or another,
Cows didn't
they
call
didn't.
themselves. The cows
Hey,
did
real
not
quick,
call themselves colors.
Reg.
Yeah, I
Before
know
you
the
go,
humans did. So they identified
hey,
that
I
one
wanted
of them
to
when that was black, one was red, one was speckled, and one was
Reg. I
white.
wanted
They did
real
that.
quick.
But hold on. Let me finish up. This is not going to take long. So they recognized black. But when the people that came and encountered them that wasn't black, what did they call them? The Greeks and the Romans. They called them a word that meant black. Then when the Arabs came, they had a word for them that meant black. So we can't keep playing around and with the semantics of this when we already know what's going on. So go ahead, y'all continue.
No, I don't think that
Hold on,
anybody.
Reg. Hold on, Reg. Hold on. So I want you to answer Truist's question, right? I think you may have forgotten it, right? So using your logic, which it seems pretty solid, right? Your concept is that you have to look back in the past, right? Analyze those people's culture, whether their language, their culture, and etc., to see if they use words similar or had concepts similar to then retrofit it, right? Do I basically have that right?
No, you can retrofit. Right.
No,
You can just
basically, I'm asking,
retrofit
is it
anything.
basically?
I'm answering. You can retrofit anything. That doesn't necessarily mean that your retrofitting is accurate.
Yeah, no. Again, you missed my. Let me ask you again. Is your position that in order for the retrofitting to make sense, though that culture that you're analyzing has to have writing or something else that that states that has that concept for you to observe?
Yes.
That's what you said, right? Right. Okay. So now with that established, Truist is saying during the time of Francis Newton, that culture did not have a concept. The culture that Isaac Newton, sorry. The culture that Isaac Newton was in, right? They didn't have a concept for what we call science today. So using your logic, it wasn't in the language, right? It wasn't in the writing, it wasn't in the culture. So using your logic, you cannot consider Isaac Newton to be a scientist, right? Or
No.
do you consider Newton to be a scientist?
Okay. So we know the word in which they were called at that time period. Right? So and we also know the attributes of what they did. Right? So with that, right, then I could say that there are arguments for retrofitting. But you have to have elements. If you don't have the elements, then your retrofitting will be wrong. The recipe will be wrong.
So
beautiful.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in. All right. So if you have the modern population in Nigeria now, and under the current construct of our labeling nowadays, if they call themselves black, right, then it's safe to say that they will believe that their ancestors would have been black also,
even though the terminology didn't exist for them right at the time, I guarantee you they would have to look back and see that their ancestors would be considered black under that same banner. So I don't understand why y'all jumping around playing like that. Are Africans fucking stupid? So if
That's what I be saying. I be thank you, Chef.
Let me answer that real quick. So first you
Hold on,
started
let's
off.
finish his point,
So
Reggie.
what-
Hold on, brother Reggie. Let him finish his point, and then we go right back.
You're stupid.
No, he didn't call you stupid. He didn't call you stupid, brother. He didn't
He didn't call me stupid. He said
gotta
the
be
argument was stupid. I thought when he said that
Oh,
finished.
he was done. Oh yeah, no.
I'm saying Africans gotta be stupid because everybody in the world can retrofit their ancestors onto their modern labels, but somehow Africans can't. Europeans can clearly look at the ancient Celts and all of those different people and say that those people were white fucking people, even though those terms probably didn't exist at that time. But Africans are the only we got to play these games. Like what the? You know what?
Hold your clippers by the.
This is crazy.
Hold your clippers. Your clippers is swinging because you're grabbing the cord. That's my argument is not.
That kind of sound kind of disrespectful still enough, but we're going to make it swing.
My issue is, okay, so the Nigerian groups of people, what they want to do is, since they know the language, whether it's Yoruba, Igbo, or some of the other languages that they use, to go back and to find where they actually called themselves their ancient culture, what they actually did in their own ancient culture.
They don't care about that. They understand what they're called in the labels now. So why, if they're using English, right, or French, or any of these other European languages, they surely can use the words that are used in those languages to retrofit their ancestors into that. Why wouldn't they do that?
I'm saying. Can I ask you a question? Are Jamaicans black, Reggie? Simple question. Are Jamaicans black?
Well, currently, if they call themselves
not currently.
black,
Not currently. Are Jamaicans black? Not currently.
If they call them, they have a based on their culture, the writing,
This is wild.
Music.
No, Reggie,
but that's not what I'm talking about. They're not an ancient people.
You're stupid, dog.
I'm not
Niggas said
talking
this is
about
live.
that. Then Jamaicans are not an ancient
argument
people.
weak, Reggie. Let me answer
Jamaicans are not an ancient people.
You asked him the question.
Are Americans, Africans, Americans black?
Jamaicans are not a recent people, bro.
Okay. Are African Americans black?
African Americans were called black, Negro, and then they called themselves African Americans. Right?
No, I didn't answer that question.
African Americans are not ancient.
Black? No,
African Americans are not ancient. That's
Black is not an ancient term. Black is not an ancient term, dude. So
what do you mean? Hold on. Slow down.
No.
Like, this kind of going too far.
Y'all niggas confused. Black Islanders fighting with each other. I love it.
No, this is crazy because
in the Americas, it's not
dude, I ain't got a consensus on y'all Black Islanders.
Right? The Americans is not an ancient culture. So I have asked if those people who came off the slave ship and landed on the North American part of the continent, are they black? Simple question, Reggie.
Yeah, I
Simple
understand,
question.
but you don't. First, we went from Egypt to Jamaica.
But hold on, though, Reggie.
No. Simple question, Reggie. We're talking about
I am talking about.
Hey, stop.
Listen,
Stop.
we are generations. We are generations.
Hold on, brother Reggie. Did you answer? Hold on, brother Reggie and Stu Peace. He answered you with the Jamaican. He answered you with African American.
Never answered the question. Bro, stop trying to save him. You never answer me.
No, I'm trying to answer right here. Wait.
Shut up.
Wait a second. I'm trying to moderate, not save niggas. I don't even know what the fuck y'all talking about.
Right, that's why
I
you never
just want to
answer.
know if he answered the question. If he didn't,
No, he did
brother
not.
Reggie, can you please answer the Jamaican question and the African American question so we can move forward, please.
Yes. Both the African Americans and the Jamaican people, right? They considered themselves black, but that's not an ancient terminology because they were not there. That's recent. I'm talking about the continent of Africa, and I'm talking about African culture, right? I'm talking about attributes in the African culture beyond skin color, right? Because Africans on the continent seen themselves as they didn't separate themselves based on skin color until later. So that's what I am talking about. So what Stu Pease asked me is respectfully, Stu Pease, irrelevant, right? Because we were talking about the Black Egypt issue. So those things are, all of those things
when we use colors to define race, that's not an ancient concept. Because you went back to ancient, because even the European, when he described himself as white today, is that an ancient concept, Reggie?
Yeah, the whiteness of Europeans didn't start.
Is that an ancient?
1700s.
Is it ancient?
It's not
right.
ancient.
So therefore, when you answer the question using terminology as such, it is not an ancient concept. When we use colors to define people or phenotype, it's not ancient. So when you use ancient in the answer, it aggravates a Negro like me.
Well, it's okay.
It aggravates a Negro like me.
I'm not
right?
okay.
And I don't want to be.
It's okay because what we're doing
and
is
I don't want, because ancient don't have anything to do with the answer.
Yes,
but
it does.
I'm trying to be a nice. No, it does not.
Because we're talking about Black Egypt.
Oh God.
That's
no.
Yeah. So hold on. So see, so he put the compound word together, right? Again, Black Egypt, right? So why is black in front of Egypt?
Oh, only because it's a topic. It's only because it's a topic as to discussing my methodology of looking at ancient people and trying to decide, did they care? Did they use and did they care about the word, a synonymous word to black that we know is today? Right?
Yeah, but outside of the Egyptians, what pre-colonial indigenous African group identified themselves as black? Outside of the Egyptians, like if that's the standard, who fits that standard outside of the Egyptians pre-colonialism?
Well, here's the thing. The thing is an examination. That's the hard work, an examination of looking at terms. So Dr. Cambone.
So as of right now, you don't know any other.
You cut me off again. Why are you cutting me off?
I did cut you off.
I know
so
you
as
did.
of right now,
that's a fact.
Yeah, but we all cut each other off, Reggie. Like, chill out, bro.
No,
not
you're
a big deal, man.
bad behavior.
We all cut each other off. We're having a conversation, Reggie. It's a lot of people on the panel. But go ahead, though.
I mean,
go ahead. I know you're the only one who got to talk and not get interrupted. Go ahead, Reggie.
The examination.
Go ahead.
You got cut me off again. God damn it.
Go ahead, Reggie.
Well, let me put another reference. Charles Darwin, that they went around the world exploring and documenting a lot of things.
Around the world.
Him and Wallace, they did kind of go around documenting.
He went to the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but they went around. They have some accounts. I can pull up the source.
How far is Galapagos Islands from England?
But they went into Africa. Well, I just wanted to point out that they went into Africa and they have a quote of what the Zulus thought about black, and what they thought about white when they encountered them for the first time. So I could pull that up, and they venerated black as well. So
that's modern. I'm respectfully, Pan African James. That's irrelevant. That's modern.
See, that how is that irrelevant if they really didn't have too much encounter? They didn't encounter them until modern time, or what people are using this word modern. Well, okay, so let's just say this. Okay, let's agree. The Europeans didn't even get into the central part of Africa till like the mid 1800s. So they never even, some of these people never even seen white people.
Irrelevant because I'm not talking.
Why would that be irrelevant if we're talking about race and skin color and stuff like that? So when he's documenting, hold on, excuse me, when he's documenting what their account of them.
You cut him off, Reggie. Why you cutting him off, Reggie? That's
when Charles Darwin, I can pull up the source, but when he's documenting what they when their first time encountered Europeans for the first time, what they said and what their culture as Zulus was, and they venerated black as well. So they didn't learn this from Europeans. Did the Zulus learn that from them?
I'm not answering because I think it's irrelevant, respectfully.
Okay, well, we'll never learn when we have stuff like interjecting the saying that these other people didn't know what black was, and then when we pull up a source that said that they knew what black was, it's irrelevant. That's not good.
No, it's irrelevant because we was talking about cultures around the time of ancient Egypt, and
we're not.
But okay, and even in that, so let's just do this. Even in that, when the people who encountered these people, we call them Egyptians. What did the Greeks, when they wrote about them, what did they call them, Reggie? To describe them, the descriptive. What is that word that they meant?
What they called them.
Okay. So hold on. So this is what the first. Well, hold on. We already got a reference of them calling themselves black before them, because Kim comes before them. Whatever the word they use in their language, the Greeks had to have learned what they called themselves from them. So either which way it go. So then after that time period, when the next people come in and they have a written language. What do the Arabs call them? What do the Arabs call them? What do the Arabs call them? They call them something associated with black. Now.
James, you brought up.
Truist, before you go, real quick.
That's evidence.
Everybody's clear. Just so everybody is clear, Reggie keeps saying this, but it's not true. This discussion is not strictly relegated to Black Egypt. Go ahead, Truist.
It's going to say, James, Darwin, centuries after the Portuguese already are in Central Africa, just for the record. Like the Portuguese already were in Central Africa for centuries before Darwin was even a thought, just for the record.
Okay, that may be so, but what he recorded was that the Zulus venerated their king as being black. Yeah, so you think that they got that from
the already were corrupted by Portuguese thought. The Portuguese were already up in there for centuries before he.
No. Okay, so when did Europeans get into Central Africa? What time period are you giving?
Like the late 1400s.
Let me go. Let me mute out. Go ahead.
Look it up. The Portuguese get there in the late 1400s.
1482 is a period where the first Europeans
isn't that central? But that's Central West Africa. We're talking about the Zulus. No.
We're talking about South Africa, South Central Africa, Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe.
Yeah, that's South Africa. That's not. Yeah, that's
when did the European arrive in Zimbabwe, Mozambique, interior Africa? Because remember, they refer to it as the dark interior Africa for many years, and they use the dark as unknown, not as the dark as blackness. Right. So therefore, although the European was aware of
the same Portuguese, they reached the Congo.
Is a being explorer in those periods. David Livingstone.
The Portuguese reached Congo in the 1600s, still centuries before Darwin.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that. But you're saying as if from the first landed and discovered.
I dated that. No. If you go back and hear what I said, I said Central Africa. I didn't say Zulu. I said Central Africa.
Okay, no problem.
We were talking about the Zulus. They was talking about the Zulus, Truist.
We were talking about the
Zulus. Hold on. And from what I'm reading right here, hold on. From what I'm reading, see, this is what I'm saying. We got the internet right now. There ain't no need for us to even be arguing. We can just pull this up right now and figure it out. So it says, from what I'm reading right here, it says the Europeans first established a permanent presence near Zulu territory in 1824. It says when British traders led by Lieutenant F.G. Farwell settled a Port Natal, modern Durban. However, large-scale direct contact and encroachment began with the Boer, which is what they be calling them, trickers in the late 1830s. So these folks just got there, like I was saying. So we can go back to, y'all can go back to doing what y'all was doing.
Yeah, so
okay, but what I wanted to say in the larger point is when it comes to the method of Reggie, respectfully, the only people we would be able to call black pre-colonialism are the Egyptians. By your method, like we wouldn't be able to call any other pre-colonial African group confidently black. Like we gonna have to knock all them out. If this is
I don't think he has. But Truist, I don't think Reggie has a problem with that.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's problematic though. That's highly problematic. Now we're saying Black Africa is only Egypt.
No, because you're retrofitting your version of blackness on all Africa.
No, I'm saying this is what scholarship is. Wait, hold on, guys.
Every time I get a second off, I get cut off.
Yeah, but you're saying what I'm doing, and all I'm doing is repeating what historians and scholarship and academia does. They call indigenous Africa black in scholarship. And they don't have to do it because they call it themselves black.
And then what are they calling their version of blackness on? Is it just skin color?
Yeah, physical phenotype.
That's part of it.
Features.
That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Again,
yes,
right.
So
I can't say a few damn sentences.
You asked the question. I thought you were asking the question, but go ahead.
Well, Haskell tried to answer the question.
Calm down, Reggie. Everybody cuts everybody off.
I'm not scatterbrained.
You're not better than nobody in the panel. You can get cut off like anybody else. I know you write and we don't write, and you were sitting up under bed and all this shit. You have this high opinion of bullshit. You can get cut off. No, because you're being arrogant. You can get cut off, Reggie, like anybody else. Everybody gets cut off.
Let me just tell you, Haskell, you happen to be talking about a topic that I introduced.
Here we go. Here we go ahead.
Is that not the truth? Is that not the truth? So listen, you're free to introduce any topics on this platform. Right?
Reggie,
You're free to do that.
You cannot come amongst people who you feel are your either intellectual or educational inferiors, right? And have this disposition about yourself where you feel like because you're the first person to introduce something or you wrote something that, oh, you shouldn't be cut off and we should treat you with this sort of reverence and veneration. Get over yourself. It's not going to happen.
I told you, Reggie. I told you about how it come off, man. I told you a couple weeks ago.
I'm not going to get off of myself because, look, True is actually giving me giving points to either dismantle my point, but I'm holding fast. You really are not. What is your methodology?
Reggie, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about civil discourse.
He's telling you about how you come off, bro.
Right. Listen, we're all on the panel.
I gave you my methodology.
That's fine, Reggie.
Last point was
Reggie. What I'm speaking to doesn't have anything.
Life. You want to talk about what you want to talk about things that's irrelevant to this topic.
No.
He got tunnel vision, Haskell. He got tunnel vision.
Yeah, Reggie. What I'm speaking about is your extremely arrogant attitude. It is extremely
nowhere. Okay, I have extremely arrogant.
You cut me off though.
Because you're talking about me. You're not talking about the subject. You're talking about me.
You cut me off.
You are talking about me. I'm not going to let you talk about me. Talk about the subject.
Right. And during the discussion of the subject, you're not being respectful. You have this idea that when you speak, the room should go silent because the great one, Reggie, is coming down from Mount Olympus and he's going to speak. That's not going to happen, Reggie. Everyone in here gets cut off because it's multiple people on the panel. It's going to happen. Stop being so arrogant is all I'm asking you to do. Now, let's get back to the topic. Go ahead. Go ahead, Reggie. You're not above getting cut off. That's all I'm saying, bro. Hey, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, brother.
Yeah.
That must have been a liver shot. That must have been a liver shot.
Yeah, Fatty, we're all equal here.
Listen. Can I say something? Can I say something, please, Askill?
I mean, I told Reggie about how he acted like 2 weeks ago.
No, let me just tell you something, because if the great Apollo got his ass thrown off Mount Olympus, and when he was up Mount Olympus, when Reggie was up Mount Olympus with Ankh and the rest of the pseudo gods, he never having a problem when he was up there with Ankh, Salneta, and all the pseudo gods. But don't ask get thrown off Mount Olympus like Apollo. Him come down crashing to earth, and him coming down here to rule over mortal men like such as us, not recognizing that we eat sacred cows here. So Apollo, don't act like Apollo around me, because we kill gods here. Other people say them is God killers, and them live on Mount Olympus.
Get on the black bully mentality. He got that black bully mentality. So please get him.
Yeah. The fuckers throw him, the god Zeus throw him off Mount Olympus. Him Zeus, Ankh, throw the fucker off Mount Olympus, because himself said reside on Mount Olympus. So Zeus throw the fucker off Mount Olympus. I want him knall now.
Yeah, that nigga threw gasoline on everything.
No. Listen. Hold on, stupid. Listen. I'm not trying to beat up on Reggie. I promise you I'm not.
Beating up on him. I'm not beating up on him. Listen, I'm not beating up on him.
Hold on.
I'm just giving him perspective.
Yeah, hold on. I was not trying to beat up on Brother Reggie. All I'm saying to Brother Reggie is, if you're going to come on the panels with us, just understand that we're all equal. There's multiple people on the panel. People are going to, at times, speak over each other. Yes, we need to keep that to a minimum. But you gotta temper this little arrogant this academia type of attitude.
Yes, Unc. Askel. This God come and walk among men. This dude reside on Mount Olympus for years. In Salneta, red pill, blue pill, right? Red pill, blue pill. The Egyptian god sun, the one who worship the sun, right? They lived on Mount Olympus. But when they get kicked off Mount Olympus and come down among mortal men, why the fuck you expect him now to be acting nice and mortal?
God damn, everybody hates
All right, okay, got it out. Okay, we got that shit out. We got it out. Get back to
we're ready now. Back to normal.
Okay,
back to
okay, yeah. Just getting centered.
Hold on. Everybody got their shit off. Just let's get back to the information. I heard you, Haskell. I heard you, Stu. That's cool, but we got an audience. A lot of people watching. Just get back to the information, please.
Yeah, getting recentered. All I'm saying is, right, when you responsibly retrofit someone like Denmark Vesey, someone like Nat Turner, they are considered African Americans, a part of African American history. But in their lifetime, they were not called, and their people were not called African Americans, especially not in the sense we use the term today. But they fit the build. So this is what I'm saying. We are able to do responsibly with indigenous Africa. We don't have to see indigenous Africans calling themselves Black within their own culture or language to be able to see they fit the build. Or else the only people we would be able to do that for is Egypt. And then that means the rest of indigenous Africa.
Uninterrupted.
We don't have to contextualize history.
Can I speak uninterruptedly?
Go ahead, Reggie. Then let's go to King J. King J, welcome to the server. Check the general chat, brother.
All right, for sure.
Go ahead, brother Rich.
Okay, so it's inquiry to answer the question if we can find other cultures in Africa that revere blackness and akin to it, not what other people call them, but within their own cultural context. The question was, well, then Kemet is the only culture, right? And I disagree. There are other cultures that we can find those attributes that they in fact revered and connected it to themselves. So, so my methodology is in ancient cultures, let's look for the attributes beyond skin color where the people venerate, revere blackness so that we can understand if they had a black reality beyond skin color. So the groups of people that we want to examine is, of course, besides Kemet, the Dogon cosmology, right? The Akan cosmology, right? The Yoruba, the Akan cosmology, particularly around blackened stools and kings that sat on a black stool, right? Where it's more than just where it's a veneration. The Yoruba, right? The Congo in Central Africa, the Maasai, right? And so those are the cultures where I could say that the people determined themselves, not retrofitting, determined themselves that they wanted to venerate this concept of blackness and related to gods, chiefs, and other cattle or what we call totems, which are kind of semi-deities. It's there that indigenously they have an agency. Now, what other people call them, that's what other people are calling them. I'm looking for cultures that have a black reality, period.
Okay, so is it irresponsible to call them Africans as well? Are we retrofitting when we do that? Wait, hold on, Haskell. This is a clear question.
King James was supposed to go next.
Are we retrofitting when we
Let's
call
get
them
the last
Africans?
question in, then we'll go to King J. Finish.
Yeah, just please answer that. Are we retrofitting when we call them Africans?
Yes, the word Africa is a kind of a Roman how can I say, a Roman composition of a group of people that they encountered called the Afri people, Amazighi people, that became a stand-in for all people first in the region, then North Africa, and then the whole continent. So, but what in this particular case is irrelevant because it's ancient, but not that ancient.
So I agree, it is retrofitting. Now, would you say it's irresponsible retrofitting to call indigenous Africans? Is that an irresponsible thing to do historically?
No, Truist, I think that you are really a bright dude, right? Respectfully, right. So I'm not, I am responsibly retrofitting is not exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Okay, well I got you.
I'm not really talking about that. First, my attributes is to go into these cultures out of respect for these cultures to at least analyze what their thinking is on the black reality, right? And then that would help us retrofit it, because if they didn't have a black reality that we could find, then all we're doing is just retrofitting, respectfully.
All right, go ahead, King J. Let's move it forward.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to really catch up with the conversation. I just jumped on, but
I did have a question for brother Reggie in regards to the picture that he has on the back. Is that the driving of the cows?
Yeah, that's
The spotted
one
cow,
of
the
the
red cow.
yeah, that's one of the groups. It could be this certainly is part of the driving of the cattle where they designate colors, right, for cattle. But there's several more, right?
Those colors that are associated with them, they're not the white. It doesn't represent, as we would say, a white person's skin tone because of the white cow. We wouldn't make that analogy because there's a black cow, correct?
And in their cultural context, I don't see any evidence that they associate the white cattle, but they do associate the red cattle with the Amu, right? But so the big comparisons in that culture is the red and the black. So black, they associated the color with black color, of course, with deities and people and cities and fine. The red they associated also with people and cities and or well, not cities but the Kasut, which is
Well, see, Reggie, in that instance, I would say because I'm familiar with the red people, the red like when in reference to the set, right? That I'm familiar with that. I'm familiar with red being associated with chaos, sort of to speak, fire, things of that nature. But so in those regards, right? If we're saying Kemet is reference to the particular black people, the Deseret, would that suggest they're red skinned people? And if that's the case, would they still not be under the term Kemet?
well, part of it, I part of it, I understand. I don't say that again. Help me out. Say it again. Because you got several things going on. Where's your final?
My understanding is that they contrast the black land with the red land, the Kemet with the Deseret, right? For the balance. Literally,
No, they don't
black
contrast the black land per se in the red land. They the first time that it was used, it was used with cattle.
Okay.
And then they contrasted largely with people.
Okay. So I was suggesting that if you're suggesting that, then there would be the Deseret would also refer to a group of particular people with red skin.
No.
Okay.
No. The Deseret is largely the how can I say the structure of the land outside where they would find people and geographical things outside of the Nile Valley, foreign groups of people. So that could be the Nahesi groups, and it also could be in the Amu the Amu or foreign groups, and the Nahesi or foreign groups, and the Meshwesh, and all these are foreign groups.
What is the I'm not cutting you off, Reggie, but what is so why aren't we using, so I know with Budge with the word Nahesi, he suggested that it meant Negro, and nowadays we come to the understanding that it means Southerner. What is the contention with Nahesi referencing black? Because even today we see in Al Sudan, the black land, and it's generally the same location. Dr. Ben even references Ta-Nehisi. Right. What do you say about Dr. Ben referencing Ta-Nehisi and that possibly meaning the black land?
I would need to see more from Dr. Ben on reference. He's referencing the Southerners. He's really referencing the Southerners more so than anything else.
Yeah.
The land of the Nehes. So I would need to see whether or not Dr. Ben did something more, which I don't think he done much more on that. And he's talking in many different audiences. So not every presentation he's making what I call an academic presentation.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In that instance, you're right because it wasn't an academic. He just circled it and wrote it in. Kind of Hesse.
Yeah. So but what my major point is, I'm dealing with truest point of view, looking for a methodology. My methodology is to look for cultures that revere the color Black, right? Either in their cultural, in their not either, but in their cultural and their totem practices, right? So if I see Black objects that are signified to deities, right? Or other type of attributes, then I would say, okay, they're living in a Black reality themselves. That would be my first instance to go into having a conversation with truists, right?
Why not just say that Black represents resurrection?
Because where does it say Black is resurrection?
Well, most of the depictions of the Black people, Black netters that we see, they're in the duat, they're in the afterlife, so they're not really they're dead. The funeral text, the pyramid text, when they mention these are all resurrection funeral text.
Right. Well, it's a couple of things. One is, first, they have a Black reality. Second, we can look at the text to see what they say. We can also interpolate, right? Our thinking into it. But Black is sacred to them.
Yes.
So the word Kim goes beyond color, goes into sacredness. So the sacredness doesn't necessarily being resurrected. No, I think that it's life after life. I don't think that they
after life. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So
resurrection might not have been a good word because
it's okay. It's okay because I understand, and I have to deal with your arguments, and you're being respectful, and you are broadening it. My major thing is that there are cultures in Africa that all they saw were Black people, right? All they saw was their kind of people. Whether they put words on it, that's academic inquiry. To retrofit, you can retrofit respectfully, as Truist is saying, and I don't disagree. And you can retrofit, how can I say, non-respectfully.
Irresponsibly. You could do it responsibly and you could do it irresponsibly.
Well, that's why I agree with you.
I think the important part is what I do is when I retrofit, I don't erase their identity that they had in their lifetime. Like you can do both. People can have multiple identities, right? So
explain to me how you retrofit.
Hold on 1 second, King J. I'm about to give an example.
Go ahead.
So I can look at the Nordic people of Northwestern Europe. I can say they were Nordic because that was the term in their time, right? But then I can retroactively call them Europeans, right? I can call them people from Northwestern Europe, right? And I can call them Nordic at the same time. I can call Isaac Newton a natural philosopher and a physicist and a scientist at the same time. I can call the Asante people Asante, and I can also call them West African, and I can also call them Sub-Saharan African. I don't have to just stick to one identifier if they fit multiple, whether it's something I'm retroactively fitting or something that contemporarily fits. It can have multiple jackets. They don't need to just wear one, but it has to fit. That's the point. It has to fit.
Hey, Truist, you know what I realized? I just realized that for the last couple of hours, we've been talking past each other. I just realized what's going on. We're working with two different definitions, right? Brother Reggie is saying that in order for something to qualify as Black to him, right, it has to have outside of the physical, outside of the physical criteria, there has to be some sort of attendant spiritual, political, cultural experience, et cetera, in order for it to qualify as black within his rubric. While the point that we're making is black as a racial descriptor is just purely relegated to physical features, phenotypical features. I think that's what's going on, and that's why we can't reach an accord.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, nobody will tell you that you're irresponsible retrofitting if you call the Roman Empire a white empire, like the Romans, the Greeks, the Celts. Hold on. The Celts, the Anglo-Saxons, the Visigoths, they all can be those things that are the contemporary terms. But they're also white and they're also Europeans, and we can fit them into that comfortably.
So wait. Let me just say something, please, King J. So according to Reggie's definition, if I listen to Reggie's definition clearly, Reggie's definition is saying that black is a creation of our interaction with the European. No. Because we were not black. Let me finish speaking. Because that's what your definition says. It says it culturally, politically, religious, and all of those that we get in our blackness is from the European. So Reggie is now saying, based on his definition, and what he's using is that the Africans were tamed, T-A-M-E-D, and became black as a result of their interaction with the European. So the European tamed us, and we became black. Because most of what he's defining as black, the political structure, the religion, all of that is based on our interaction, our experience with the European. So therefore, a black man is the creation of a European based on that definition. Are you saying that, or are you not saying that? That what we get and what we carry forward in our blackness. Respectfully, what? Rebut that.
Respectfully, right? Right. I am not saying that.
What you're saying then? Based on your definition, your criteria and your definition, what are you saying?
Okay. Attributes and words, right, in their languages that venerate black reality.
No, I wasn't saying that. Your definition wasn't saying
that. Everybody said.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I would look for when I was talking to Truist, and then Haskell, and I was saying that to responsibly retrofit. Okay, I can't.
No. You're throwing that other thing in there. Define black.
No, you want to talk over me.
Definition of black?
Listen, it's been a long day. It's been 3 hours. Stupies, respectfully, I'm not saying what you were saying. If you run it back, I give you
define black again. Define black again. Define what you see as black.
A culture, an ancient culture that has a
ancient from where?
Okay, I can't do this.
No, you can't. You can't. Use the word ancient.
It's not that.
From where?
It's not that. You don't get a win like that.
I don't need a win. I don't need a win. No.
Listen,
I was talking about black.
Listen, I'll come back on the show.
No. What's your definition of black, Reggie?
Wait, first of all, the reason why I was
if you bring up anything, I'll stop being nice. Stop being nice. We're being nice. Both of us being nice. What's your definition of black, Reggie?
Y'all, you gotta admit, I've had a long conversation with Ankh and them. I come on this show. I am trying to have a conversation. I was trying to have a conversation with
we're having a conversation, Reggie.
You're interjecting with points. You don't have a methodology. It don't mean nothing to you.
No. See, you're not being nice, Reggie. I'm just asking you for your definition of blackness.
Okay.
Because you're saying that black is not phenotypical. You're saying black is cultural. You're saying black is cultural. That's what you're saying.
If I said that, then why did you say all the bullshit that you said?
No, because if you're saying black is cultural, because black is not an ancient descriptor, so it must be a more recent descriptor. So
No,
where does
because they're
descriptor come
words
from and where that
synonymous.
culture?
No, I didn't
All right,
say that.
what this?
I said
All right,
synonymous
define black
words that we
again.
can say as black. I said that.
All right. Mhm.
I said that. So I would look for my last words, and I got to argue on another show, right?
Your
And
last words on the show, brother Reggie. Your last words on this show.
wait, say the last words
Your
on
last
the.
words on this show. Go
Yeah,
ahead. No, you
yeah.
just
Thank
said your last words. You ain't about to die.
No,
Your
no,
last
no,
words on this show.
no.
Yeah.
I want to thank everybody for listening to me. I
And
think
hit his cash app.
I think yeah. Oh well. Thanks everybody for listening to me. We want to engage in a intellectual conversation on either retrofitting, why it's good to retrofit, what's negative about retrofitting, and also what the people were in their own cultural context. My point is to look at a people's culture to find out what they revere, to give them agency, right? And then I can decide whether or not they have what I deem a reality in relationship to venerating this color and making it something else, right? I don't see all African cultures doing that, right? I see more of other cultures retrofitting concepts onto Africa, mostly negative. But in a positive sense, there are cultures that actually use their mind and to apply colors to different concepts, whether it's the night sky in cosmology, whether it's cattle, right? Whether it's totems, where they would paint totems black to make it more sacred, that they respected the color and made it akin to themselves. And I don't mind retrofitting, but when the retrofitting is negative, my defense is to look for the attributes of the people. And of course, Egypt wasn't black until we didn't even discuss Egypt as black until later periods, right? But the Akan and other Central African and other West African, Central African groups did revere the color black, make it sacred, right? It was something that they had to deal with, right? In having a duality, right? But it wasn't negative. The Arabs, uh, they created more negative terms, and very few people who are Arabs would call themselves Aswad and Zinj and some of them. They wouldn't call themselves that. They have an Islamic. They have a Islamic worldview. They don't have a Black reality worldview, because I don't see them walking around to call themselves Zinj or Bilal is put in his particular place, and the other word Aswad, and think, in other words, they're not doing that. They're looking at the culture, the Islamic culture. So with that said, Brass, thanks so much. Haskell, thanks for Truist. If anybody could defeat Ankh in a debate,
Fuck
right?
no. Stop saying no. No.
It would
Don't
be.
try to don't try to put your problems out on us, brother. You got to go
No,
finish your own
Truist already
breakfast.
entered into it.
Nah, finish your own breakfast, bro. Leave us out of this shit. Wait,
No,
that's
no,
TMI.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that uh, Truist work, right, would dog walk the dude. Right?
Probably, but
I
but
don't.
you gotta you and him gotta sort that shit out. We about to be Black Egypt, bro. We got other shit.
Okay, well,
Nope.
we'll
Hey,
come
quick,
back.
I got a question for you though. Before you go, real quick. Have you argued or presented your information on that paper? Yeah. Have you done that? Have you like I know y'all argue. I heard y'all arguing about not arguing, but discussing it earlier about the paper on African science. Have you done that as the presentation to kind of
which paper?
The Cruz, help me out. The African gentleman y'all were discussing earlier, not in Odigma
Ogpan on African methodology?
Right. But the one that you say is being used to state that it's not the one that people are getting incorrect, and you seem to understand it. You know what? I forgot
Reggie, the one that you keep presenting on side that we went over that says
he
African
presented it
science.
already. Okay, no, that was my question. Did he present it already?
Yeah, I used it to dog walk Ankh.
Oh God.
Yeah, he didn't read the paper. Cedric didn't read the paper, but they brought it in to help them.
How long of a presentation is that?
Pseudo died on his own sword. Pseudo killer died on his own sword. They didn't even read the paper. They just brought up the paper, and then they wanted to try to bully people to say that the paper meant something that it didn't say.
Hey Reggie, I only wish that I realized what was going on earlier in the discussion, because we really spent 2 hours talking past each other. The more I kept listening, I kept realizing. You know, it's funny, Brass. We had a discussion about blackness, and I was completely blown away when you said that pretty much you only consider Black Americans to be black. You know, because that's your rubric. You feel me?
I remember that conversation.
Huh?
I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I would agree. But I would agree with that too, because we have a shared experience.
Yeah, like a lot of times, right? Like you gotta listen, and it's crazy. We had a whole 2 hour because Reggie kept saying it. The culture, the veneration, the this, the that, the that, the that. He was attaching that to blackness, right? And we wasn't picking up on it. You feel me? And where we were coming from is, okay, if your hair nappy, your skin black, your nose wide, your lips big, you got, you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead. It's all ignorant.
Yeah. So I just wish we had realized what was going on earlier, because it would have been I think it would have been a better discussion. But that's what makes this Black Egypt. You know, Brass, will you always be asking, why is this Black Egypt shit unresolvable? It's unresolvable because really nobody could even agree on what the fuck black is to begin with. So you could never.
Yeah, I realized that the original part of the argument is the first word, it's not the second. The first word.
Exactly.
Okay, well, with that said, at least we're all friends again, because even though I argue with you, or I think that all of you are super, how can I say that you are one of the brightest groups, channels, and manage well on the platform on these things. And you go for more than entertainment.
You got to check out that show on logical fallacies. We did. If you like Truett's work, he did good work on that.
Yeah, Truett does good work.
He did good work on that.
You don't want me to bring him into his into my bullshit, but
no, not at all.
but at some point, listen, all of you are needed, and all of you come to one conclusion that we should never listen to what anything that Ankh says. Like we could read it ourselves. They want to read it for us, and we could read it for ourselves. So in my life, in my world, he's become useless. Him and Cedric and anybody else who wants to. And watch this. And Kyle, watch this. After I talked to Kyle, Kyle calls me an old man in the chat, and I need to retire.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I could show you the post, but he does it on another platform. So I can have an intelligent conversation with Kyle, and then Kyle can call me a old man that needs to retire. Right? And he didn't win his point when I had a conversation with him. He didn't win his point. So that's where it is right now. It continues. These things continue.
I thought a couple people told you to retire today. I didn't. It wasn't me. But a couple people said that you should retire today.
Logic. Logic.
Hey, nigga, you threw a hell of a rock and hit that hand, boy.
Hey,
You
the crazy part.
boy.
No, I'm saying, you know what's crazy? I didn't throw no rock. Or I didn't throw no rocks because the people who said it, they said it because they care. They cared about Reggie. And they wanted him to see him peace.
About anything.
That's why they
You
said
are sympathetic. I got to get the word right. What you do is you come on this show, you react to things, but you don't really have any points. Like we're way past you, Logic. You're not Logic. We're way past you. You don't have any points.
when I react to the origins of quantum mechanics, that's not relevant. That ain't.
Well, I just showed you the article. The article that they used talked about quantum science. So why don't you react to the article that your own team?
But I think it's like we all play our role. But you know what I'm saying? I do mine. Like all I did was say that there were some people who talked about retirement, and it wasn't in a bad way. That's all I said. And you trying to flip out.
Well, guess what? Guess what? I'm not ready to stop.
Hey, Logic, you just want him to go. Hey, Logic, you just want him to go quietly into the night.
Yeah, Logic just want him to go quietly, bro.
And then what would we have?
Seeing Reggie drop that goddamn pass.
And what would we have with Logic?
Tired of seeing Reggie drop the ball on third goddamn down. And all that money letting him go up there and talk to Hawaii and he drop the goddamn ball. We tired of seeing that shit.
Yeah, but I talked to Hawaii, nigga. What you talking? What you talking?
I'm tired of seeing that whack ass shit.
You don't gotta watch. But nigga,
I'm messing with you, Reggie. I'm joking, man. Don't ever retire, bro. I'm joking with you, man.
Good day.
Man, I'm tired of seeing him drop the ball on third down. I'm sick of this.
I'm messing with you, Reggie. Man. Come on, bro.
Bro, you got the patience of Job to wait this entire conversation to get your shit off. That nigga waited 2 hours and 40 minutes to close.
That's because Reggie. That's because you know what Reggie think he think I be trying to get him, but he can't really get me like that. I guess I don't know.
Nigga called you a unk. I don't know the word he was trying to use.
I think he was trying to say I'm a sicko fan. I was gonna let him get it all the way out. But you know he been dealing with Unc a lot longer than me.
Just said you a unk.
You know what I'm
saying?
Whatever the fuck he was trying to say.
I don't know
that boy a lot
exactly
longer than me.
You should see the chat was trying to figure out what Hutch put input there equals time to retire.
Yeah.
How you say that shit? Trying to say that shit was slick as hell. Trying to say that.
I thought he was trying to say sympathizer.
Yeah, he was trying to say sympathizer.
Yeah, I thought he was trying to say sympathizer. The chat was trying to say sympathizer. Logic thought he said sycophant.
No, he had a poor confusion.
Hey, Haskell, all I heard was that nigga say, man, I just want you to go, but go quietly.
Hey, man.
See, I'm gonna give you the drum and a bullet, nigga. Just you know what to do.
Hey, Brad. Hey, that shit was so polite. That's
messing with Reggie, man.
When a nigga polite with the disrespect, that's the worst, though.
I was just messing.
You'll never lie. Cause Haskell, it's the amount of time that he waited. He literally just waited until it was like, "Are you about to go? Just go quiet. I don't care if you go. Go quiet. You and him are at war. Y'all like a."
No, I don't. He kick it off. Now, how does Chef spend 20 minutes telling this man to retire? And I spent like one word saying the word retire, and he tried to flip out on me. What was the difference?
Chef was telling him to retire. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, he did. He was the first person. He was like your son. He said something about. He's like, so your son telling you, man, he don't like seeing his daddy get online and get cussed out by Captain Tazariak on the corner of fucking 25th and Malcolm X. He was like he was talking about how profound his son is in life, and he was congratulating him. He was like, bro, your son got a professional career. He might not won't get on his Facebook and see his dad getting hands put on him by Hebrew Israelites and cussed out on the corner. You know, that shit do look kind of crazy when you think about it, bro.
Wait, Reggie ain't cussed him
That my daddy go getting crowd surfed by motherfucking black Hebrews. He went over there talking shit again.
Reggie couldn't have heard him. He couldn't have heard him because he'd have cut Chef out for that shit.
No, he should.
Reggie don't play by his son like every father on this planet.
No, it wasn't. I don't think that's a disrespectful comment, bro.
That is
Would you want to see your daddy getting crowd surfed by some black Hebrew Israelites on YouTube, bro? Come on, real shit.
What the fuck is y'all create words?
I'm saying crowd surf as if, like, you know, I don't know if you ever seen the Hebrew Israelites, but they'll crowd around you. You know what I'm saying? They'll like act like they getting real aggressive type shit.
I don't know how you got that off on Reggie and Reggie ain't cussing out. That's what I'm saying. That's the part.
Hey, Brad, y'all seen Tazariak done took a pivot with the content. Like they making streamer type content now. They got the young boys pulling up to the little compound and shit with the white girls. And then you know, like
they finna do some Diamond Gym shit.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though, Logic. The way how they doing that, that's some shit that could blow up.
I ain't seen it. I'm just making jokes. That'd be funny as hell if they was Hebrew Israelite Diamond Gym type shit. That's funny.
He's Tazariak, one, he's from Jersey, shouts to him. Two, motherfucking he always kind of been, if you notice, I remember back in the day, cause I copped some oils from him, and he was already fucking around with Paul's Rack 100 and all of them. So he kind of been trying to move outside of all of this shit.
Yeah. He trying to take it. I see what he's doing. He's trying to take that shit to another level.
He could do that. He could definitely do that. Only thing he had to be careful about, he don't gotta listen to me, but in New Jersey, Hebrew Israelites, you get a visit from the fucking FBI and Homeland Security out here, brother.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
They'll be knocking on your motherfucking door. You get to
You know what that means though, Brass? What that means is you're gonna, if he wants to take it to like really, really take it to that next level, right? Because he had this black dude pull up with a white girl. They standing outside the compound. The other Hebrew Israelites are there. He's saying, oh, she can't come in. But it's done in like a content kind of way. Now, here's a conundrum they could get put in, right? Like what you're saying. If you're serious about what you're saying, then you can't let the white girl in, right? But when the FBI or whoever comes around and say, hey, you can't do this, you now have to say, oh, nah, this is just for entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's just for entertainment, then you're not really standing on what you not know.
Exactly. You can't play both.
So now, so now you get put,
play both sides.
You get put in a trick bag.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Some shit is so extreme. You fuck around, you can't play both sides. You can't have one toe in some serious shit and then trying to be a streamer like you Neon or some shit. Because they actually out here, there are some of those guys got taken down as damn like a terrorist type organization. They that shit is not cause I remember when they what's the boy name, the basketball player, Kyrie. And Kyrie has said that shit, and they tried to go to like the Barclays and represent them or something like that. They locked a lot of them niggas up. I don't know what came of that, but they didn't treat that like a regular protest. They don't fuck with them people like that. But what else y'all got? Y'all got anything else? Dream? I'm gonna watch that video, Dream. I might watch it.
Where is that? The general chat?
Yeah, Dream got a video that's real provocative, and I noticed Dream be posting videos, and y'all don't really say nothing. I think y'all just ignoring them. But he posted some controversial shit in the chat, and y'all just let that shit go.
Yeah, man. If y'all in the Bronx, man, you in the stairwell, watch your back, bro.
Yeah,
Hey,
if
Reggie,
you're in the stairwell, keep your motherfucking head on the swivel.
well, yeah, keep your head on the swivel, man. Reggie upset. He might revert back to
Oh,
his
see,
old
now he
ways,
done
man.
took me into the Reggie. No, what the
Logic.
He
You
might
ain't
snap
worth a
back
damn.
to his old ways. Man.
Hey, shouts to PCO.
And shout out to my brother Reggie, man. That's my guy right there.